commendable role in Koha community, right? Holding many key elected positions over the years. And as he informed me, this is his 5th visit to India. So welcome, Chris, to India. Formally, I extend you a warm welcome on my personal behalf, on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of University of Delhi, and on behalf of my country, India. Welcome. Thank you. Now you can proceed, sir. Chairman.
Good morning to all. It's my great pleasure and privilege to be here. And let me first congratulate Rajesh Singh ji for organizing this wonderful conference. I know how much efforts he has put in this conference to organize in a better way. And most of the time, I saw him busy with the work of international conference. And perhaps this would be a new chapter he will be opening by creating such a wonderful conference and at a large way. Another important factor which I would like to mention, that he has invited very good speakers and the well-stated people in our profession. Particularly now, as you all know, that we are running in the IT age. And I think I'm not the only one, but most of the library professionals, they are always fond of now the Koha. And everybody knows in the profession what is Koha and what we can do with Koha. So I am really very fortunate, Mr. Christopher, to meet you here, and really we are thankful, and we welcome you in India to really listen you, and you are conducting a workshop. It's really wonderful for all the librarians, which will learn a lot. And let me tell you, I work with Delhi Public Library, and at least you see a decade ago, we started using Koha. And our library, OPEC, is based on Koha. And you will be surprised to know that the whole Koha was installed by a library professional. We were not having, till now, any IT person. And the person is sitting behind, Mr. Nikunj. He really installed 14 years back the Koha in our library, and we are running wonderfully. And you are really doing a good job for the library fraternity. And I am really thankful that you are here, and I am very, very fortunate to come, and I am really eagerly waiting to hear you and to see your workshop. In the last, what I would like to say, that this university, I am really thankful to the higher authorities, the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Vice Chancellor, registrars, and all the people who have really helped Rajesh Singh ji to organize this wonderful conference. They are really very, very, what I should say, they have done a very right step, first to make you aware about the Koha, because that's the lifeline of today's work in the libraries. So I'm not going to say much, rather I'm waiting that I should listen Mr. Christopher. So thank you very much, and I really welcome you, and I welcome you all for attending this workshop. I welcome my colleague Mishraji from NIT. He is also really very familiar with this COA, and I think in your organizations they have implemented. So, lot of libraries, I think if in India, I do not know the figures, how many libraries would be having the COA software with them, but I think maybe now, till now, I think more than 60 to 70% libraries, they are having the COA right now. And the other percentage, like the 30% left, they are also going to shift to COA and leaving all the softwares available in the market. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I now invite Mr. Christopher to continue with his talk. Thanks.
Namaste. Kia ora, atamari. I'm going to speak. I'm going to start speaking a little bit in Te Reo Māori, my native language, and then I will translate it into English for you afterwards, and then the rest of the workshop will be in English. I hope you can understand my accent. New Zealanders sometimes speak fast. If I'm speaking too fast, put your hand up and say, slow down, and I will, okay? Okay. Tēnā tātou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou, ku huhu mai nei ki te whakarongo ki au, i ngā take pāna ki te hotaka rorohiko koha. Ngā mihi kia koe, Dr. Singh, mō tō tono ki au ki te haere ki India. Nā reira, ngā mihi, ngā mihi, ngā mihi. So I just said thank you all for coming, and thank you, Dr. Singh, for inviting me to India. I love visiting here. Anytime you want me to come, just invite me. I always have to check it with my wife at first, but she usually says yes. And what in Māori culture, whenever we're starting a workshop or a day work, we start with what we call a karakia. It's like an incantation. Not really a prayer, it's not religious, but it sets the tone for the day. So I'm going to say a karakia, and then I'll give you the translation, and then we'll get started. So, e te hui whaia te maramatanga kia mātou, kia marama, kia whaitaki ngā mahi katoa, tū maia, tū kaha, aroha atu, araha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. And that just basically says, for this gathering, seek knowledge for understanding, have purpose in all that you do, stand tall, be strong, let us show respect for each other. So, let's go. So, who am I? I've already been introduced, but I am from 3 what we call iwi in New Zealand, tribes, I guess you could say in English. Kaitahu, Katimamoi, and Waitaha. They're from the South Island. Yes, one of the original developers, not the only original developer. There were 4 other people with me, but I was the main programmer. There was a designer, a database engineer, a systems analyst, and myself. My job now is kaihua waire matahiko, which I think you can translate that as digital facilitator. And so my job at Catalyst IT now is to make that company a better place for Māori and a better place for Māori organisations. I live in Wellington, New Zealand, at the bottom of the North Island. So a little bit. So you can see that first slide, where the red dot is, that's Moiraki, that's where I'm from. But the red dot in the second slide up the top, that was where I was born. And the red dot in the orange dot in the third slide, that's where I live now. So you can see I'm all over New Zealand. I just found out this morning, just as an aside, that this university graduates more PhDs per year than the whole of my country. So there's only 5 million in our whole country. It's quite small. So I'm going to start off and I'm going to explain a bit about the name of Koha. So kind of the structure of this is going to be, I'm going to explain Koha, I'm going to give a bit of a history of why Koha exists, what problem it was set up to solve, and then what's it doing now. And then I'm going to talk about the community and encourage and hopefully show and teach you ways that you can become more involved in the Koha community and really guide and steer and help grow the software. Because we depend on not only people using it, but we depend on people telling us things we need to fix, or fixing things, or those kind of things. So Koha is you can see it there, that's the dictionary definition. It's a uniquely, well, not a uniquely, it's a Māori concept, and you would often see it if you ever went to a marae, a tribal area in New Zealand. Whenever you visit, you take a koha, you take a gift, because the people are going to look after you. And so we named the software Koha because you give it away, but something comes back. So it's reciprocity or reciprocal giving. So you may see, this is what you would see in real life. So this would be a gathering, and there will be speeches, formalities, and then a person will put a koha down. These days it's money, but in traditional times it would have been food or greenstone or something precious, just to say thank you for the people who are hosting them. And so that's where the name Koha came from. We chose that name because we wanted it to be that kind of community where people are welcomed, but people contribute what they're able to. So the world is not an equal place. Some countries have a lot more money than other countries, so we don't expect everyone to contribute the same thing, but for whatever they're able to contribute back. So this is Te Takiri, the library. This is what it looks like now at the library in Levin in New Zealand, where Koha started. It certainly did not look like this when we started. This is what it looked like when we first started, a very different building. So Koha was started in 1999, in September of 1999, because of Y2K, because of the year 2000 bug. So the library in Levin, in Horowhenua Trust, had a library system. They liked it, but it didn't understand 4-digit years. So when it got to year 2000, it would go back to 00, and it would think it was 1900. So all your books would be 100 years overdue straight away. So you can't really use a library system like that. So they did the traditional process where the library writes a RFP, a request for proposal, and sent it out, and all the proprietary vendors responded, but they responded with very expensive and cumbersome solutions. So in 1999 in New Zealand, the internet was a fairly new thing, and New Zealand is as you saw, it's a long, thin country spread out some long distances and lots of rural areas. And so Levin, where this library was, is in one of those rural areas. So there was no good internet between the branches. The systems that the vendors proposed were going to take about 6 to 7 minutes per circulation event, which is far too slow. So I was working for a little company at the time called Katipo Communications. There were only 7 of us, and we did technical evaluations for the library, and none of the solutions proposed would work or were within the budget. So I blame my colleague at the time, Simon Blake, and he blames me because we can't remember who said it, but one of us said, it's just a big database, how hard can it be? And that was the idea, to write a library system. I was 25 at the time, and I didn't know we couldn't do it, so we did it. I think now, potentially being older, I probably wouldn't do it again, because it was a lot of work in a very short time. So we started in September, and we had to be live by January 3rd, because that's when the library opened. The other unique thing is that the library there was not owned by the city council, it was owned by a trust. So they were able to make decisions that perhaps the city council wouldn't. So they made the decision, and I feel humble and a little bit ashamed when people thank me, because it was the library that made that decision, not they decided that the software would be open source. We encouraged them, but ultimately they decided. So it's really thanks to the Horowhenua Library that Koha exists as an open source and free software. So they decided to do that. This is what Koha kind of looked like back in 1999. Not great, but it worked. So we went live in January the 3rd of 2000, and we did went live in that library, but we didn't release it to the world until June because there were so many mistakes. It worked, but it wasn't ready for anything other than one library. I don't have a library science background. My background is computer science, mathematics, and Māori studies. So when we were writing it, I used to travel to the library and work in the library in the morning. So I'd work on the circulation desk, try and figure out how that works, and then I'd go work on the code in the afternoon. Then the next week I might be in the mending room, and then I'll be cataloguing, and then acquisition. So I was learning about libraries as I was writing the software. It was fun, but very, very hard work. It was the first, not only the first open source, but it was the first fully web-based library system. So at that time, there were some that had an OPAC that was on the internet, but the staff client was still a desktop application. And so by the end of 2000, 4 people, myself, Simon, who else? I've forgotten their names, but I'll get back. I'll remember it and I'll come back to that. But myself and Simon had the most in there. Then we went through, I'm just chunking this because tomorrow I'm talking about the full history, so I'm just giving you a small overview today so that you won't be bored in my other talk. So between 2001 and 2005, we set up the first Bugzilla, which is where we track feature requests and bugs. We set up a wiki. We added Mark support. The initial Koha didn't have Mark, so we added that. We switched to templating, and by the end of 2005, 39 people had contributed to Koha. And it looked a little bit like that. So nicer than before, so quite a bit nicer than that. From 2006 to 2010, 2006 was the first Koha conference ever. It was in Paris in 2006, and then we had none until 2009. That was the second one, but every year since 2009 we've had an international conference. 2011 was here in India. It's probably time for another one in India if anyone's thinking about it. The proposals for next year's conference are available, so you could have a think about that. We moved, this is more for developers, but we moved from our version control system from CVS to Git. We had what I call the liblime issue. So in 2010-ish, 2009, 2010, Liblime, which was a Koha support company, decided to go a little bit rogue, to just do their own thing. And so it caused a few problems in the community, but we recovered from that quite fast. And by the end of 2010, we had 130 people had committed to Koha. So you can see it's growing quite fast. For the next 4 years, we switched to the releases as we have them now. So if you've seen Koha releases now, they're numbered year, month. So the latest release is 22/11, November 2022. We switched to those because it made more sense, and we also switched to a time-based release. So every year there are two major releases, in May and in November. So the 5th and the 11th. And we switched to that because before that we used to do releases like when they were ready, but it's very hard to define ready, so they would take a long time. People would just keep adding to them. So we switched to every 6 months. We won the battle for the trademark in that time, which was good. And by the end of that period, over 300 people had code in Koha. The next kind of 5 or 6 year chunk, we switched the manual, which I'm going to talk to you a bit about later, and we added Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch was a big deal. It makes the searching in Koha far, far more powerful than it was before. Elasticsearch is what Facebook and Twitter and stuff use for their searching in the back. And then by the end of that period, over 400 people had code in Koha. And so jumping through to now, we added recalls, which as academic libraries is probably quite important to you. And we've also, in the last release, 2211, we have an integrated ERM module, so electronic resource management, built into Koha. So you can do your acquisitions of electronic and physical resources all in the one system. We redesigned the staff side. It looks like this now. And when getting close, I'm hoping by the end of the year, end of 2023, we'll be able to say 500 people have committed code to Koha. So that's a real brief history. As I said, that's the subject of my talk, so I didn't want to do it too long, but I wanted to give the context of the community. So this is, Marshall will recognise the image on the left here. This is from his website. This shows some of the installations in India. It only shows the ones who have listed in librarytechnology.org and also have put their GPS, their longitude and latitude coordinates in, and then you can see a map. On the right, there's a bit more stylized ones of. So you can see that in pretty much every country in the world now, someone is using Koha, and certainly it's far more popular in other countries than some countries than others. One of the interesting things is that it's much easier to get libraries outside of New Zealand to use Koha than to get libraries inside New Zealand. We have a thing we call cultural cringe, where everything from overseas is perceived as better in New Zealand, so they always assume if it was made in New Zealand it won't be as good as an overseas one, but we're working on that. And so this is a track of, these are the number of patches or pieces of work that are done in a year. So you can see that in 99 there was less than 500, and in last year we were over about 3,600 changes of code in Koha in a year. So you can see it's a nice pattern of steady growth upwards. So it's a constantly evolving and being worked on piece of software. It's never going to be finished, just like libraries are never finished. There's always something new coming. Who knows what the next thing will be after ERM. Maybe we have to do something with AI. Maybe we have to do something around recommendations, like with ChatGPT or something. Who knows? There's always something new to work on. So that's kind of the history. Now I want to talk a little bit about getting involved in the community. And before I do that, I just want to check. So I've got options. I can go fast through this and then we can look at Koha itself, or I can spend a lot of time on being involved in the community. How many people would like me to show you some of Koha features and stuff, or how many people would like me to talk about the community? Just a show of hands, because I can switch it either way. So if you would rather hear me talk about joining the community and showing you how to make edits to Koha and showing you how to edit the manual and translate into Hindi and other languages, put your hand up now, please. Okay, one. Cool. And if you want me to go through that fast and show you acquisitions and cataloging and stuff, put your hand up now. Okay. I'll try and do both then. Okay. It's about more on the other one than this. So we've got a lot of time. So this morning I'll try and, in the next first session till tea, we'll look at the community, and then we can look at some koha, and then we can look at the community again. Okay. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about joining the community, and that one of their main goals, as I said, was to live up to the name koha. And so everyone was new once. I was new, everyone was new to koha. So there's no expectation that you need to know everything to join the community. You just need to have the desire to want to participate. And there's no shame or no stigma in not knowing everything, because everyone started there. So we have, I'll just skip over that. The community doesn't really have rules. We have what we call guidelines instead, which allow for flexibility, because it's a multicultural, multinational project. Not everyone's ways of working is the same as everyone else's, so we need to be flexible around there. I'll skip that one. One of the other things is that, one of the things that Brendan is wearing the cap standing at the back. Brendan is the CEO of Bywater Solutions in the USA. I think the largest koha support company in the world. He came up with it's with power comes great responsibility, which is a Spider-Man quote, but he changed it to with knowledge comes responsibility. And that's talking about, so in front of him is Paul, a release manager. Next to him is Martin, who was a release manager, Jared, David, and Tomas. And so the idea that if once you've learnt stuff, you pass that knowledge on to the people in the community as well to keep it growing. And that there's a big focus on helping each other. So there are people who make money off koha. I have managed to feed myself and my family for 23 years off working on koha. But for most people, that is not the primary driver. The primary driver is to help people, and you need to be able to live and eat and have a family and those kind of things as well. But when no one there is to make, no one's focused on making millions of dollars. They just want to help people and live well. The other thing that's very important in the community is patience. As I said, it's a multinational, multilingual community. So there are people whose English is not their first language. There are some people who don't have English as a language at all. There's myself, I can't speak Hindi. So there's a whole lot of patience involved in taking communication. And I think that's the single thing that's made koha work as well as it has as a project, is that we're patient with each other. When I first met Paul, who is French, he's from Marseille, when he wrote me emails, I used to always think he was angry at me, because when French speak English, they use an active voice a lot. So they say things like, you must, whereas in New Zealand, we use a very passive voice. So we'd say, you could, rather than you must. So I always thought he was yelling at me, and it just until I met him in person and just realized that's just the way he talks. And so that patience and not judging people, especially in an online community, it's very easy to miscommunicate, especially in written text. When you can't see someone's face, you can't see if they're smiling or not. Yeah, and to leave to that, the other thing, important thing about being involved with koha is to assume people mean well, to assume the best of people, until proven otherwise, but assume they're asking the question out of good faith, or to assume that they're interacting with you in a good way to increase their knowledge and to help the project. Oh, I'll skip that one. So I just put the slide in yesterday because there's the stadium just right near here, which is where they play rugby, so it was an excuse for me to put the New Zealand rugby team into a slide, who are the current world champions and hopefully again soon world champions. And I've just highlighted here some whakatauki, which are proverbs. So, Māori proverbs. The first one says, Nā te rauro, ngā taku rauro ka ora ai te iwi. And it says, with my basket and your basket, we'll feed the people. And the next one is, e hara taku toa I te toa taketahi, engari he toa takitini. My strength is not the strength of myself, it's the strength of many. And so these are two kind of principles. And the last one, he waka eke noa, a canoe everyone can be in. So that's talking about diversity, but also inclusivity. And these are kind of what we try and run in the project. So the idea that the sum of us is much greater than each of us as individuals, and that by working together, we build a much better product. So this is what we're going to do for the next little bit, and then we will jump into showing you around Koha a bit. So we're going to first have a look at the development workflow of Koha. We're going to file and find a bug report. I'll show you how to fix a bug. I will show you how to test a bug. Maybe if we have time, and if anyone has a laptop, we can even submit a fix. Hopefully answer all your questions, and we'll learn a bit about documentation and translation as well. So there are some links here. I'll make these slides available to you publicly afterwards, so you don't have to write all this down. But these are basically what we're going to kind of look through. So we have a look at. So actually, let me just jump to one here. If the internet works. Here we go. Let's just switch the language. Sweet. So I'll see if I pull this up. Let's see if we can. This is the Koha Community Wiki. It's the source of a lot of information. Some people say too much information, but this is kind of what we're going to. Can you see that? Is that too small? I can make it a little bit bigger, maybe. Okay. So we're going to look at kind of the way development works in Koha. So what we kind of do is, you notice a feature missing or a bug, or some of the text is not fully translated, or maybe your library does circulation a little bit differently. You need to do 10-minute circulation. I don't know. Whatever it is, you notice that. Then the next thing that you should do is search the Bugzilla site. That's one of those links there, bugs.kohacommunity.org, and see if someone else has already suggested that, reported that bug or suggested that feature. If it is already been reported, you can add your information to it. So you can say, this affects my library too, and that will help the developers prioritize working on that feature. So if you're Delhi Public and you need to add a feature to do e-magazine circulation reports or something, I just made that up. I don't know if you need that or not. You can look there, and if someone else has already suggested that, you can say, Delhi Public would like this feature too, and then it becomes much more likely that the developers will work on it. Because at any given time, there are about 2,000 to 3,000 things in that database that people could be working on. Anything you can do to make your feature look, to let the developers know it's important, helps. If it's not reported, we can submit a bug report about it. And you add yourself to the list there, and then whenever that bug is, any status is changed, you will get an email so you can see the development. So what would happen next, myself or Alicia or one of the 400 people who work on Koha around the world would then write a patch So you can think about a patch in terms of, recipes for, say, like making dal makhani or something. You have a recipe and you might change one ingredient. You might take something out and put something else in. That would be the patch, that change there. So software development in a project like Koha is just a series of little changes, or big changes sometimes. So they'll write that patch, then it'll get tested, normally hopefully by some librarians or someone who knows how the feature should work, will test it. If it fails the test, it goes back to the developer. If it passes the test, it then moves on to the QA team. So in the Koha community, we have a whole lot of elected people. We have elections every 6 months, and we elect people into certain roles. So one of the roles is the QA team, so quality assurance. So that team is about 20 people at the moment. They do a second set of testing on the patch to make sure it passes, and we make sure that it is written well and that it's going to be maintainable. If it passes that, then it moves on to the release manager. The current release manager is Jared, and no, not Jared. Who's the current release manager? I've forgotten. It's PTFS Europe. And then it moves on, and then it gets released into Koha. And so that's basically the cycle of how a change makes it from a librarian or a librarian like yourselves reporting it to it being in Koha. And if that happens within that 6 months, it will come out of the next release, so May or November. So we'll go back. So this is what the bugs started. I don't know, have any of you ever submitted a bug into Koha? This is what it looks like anyway. So the URL is bugs.koha-community.org. And the main thing that you use is the search bar up here. So what can we search? We'll just search India and we'll see what bugs we find. So you've searched for something. It might be recalls, it might be a feature. So these will be all of the ones that are currently open to do with something. It's got India in there somewhere. So we can see here, there's a Google translation for Indian languages. We can see one from Indranil Dasgupta saying SMS via email is not applicable in India due to telecom regulation. So that's not one we can solve very well. And then also there's another one to do with locationalization, which is decimal paraphrase. So we'll have a look at this one. I'll just show you what a bug looks like. So this one is an old one. You can see down here, there's a whole lot of commentary by people on it. This is how you can see what, here we go. So it's trying to work on monetary formats, and I know how when you write, in India, it's like you'd go 10,000, that would be 10 lakh, is that right? But no, something, it's different anyway. In English, we only do a comma, not in English, in New Zealand, we only do a comma after 3 zeros, and here you sometimes do it after 2. So Koha needed to be fixed to handle that. So that's what that bug there was. So I encourage you all to, if there's something that you don't like about Koha, or there's something that you wish Koha had, go to the bug thing and have a look. See if there's a bug written for it already. If there's not, submit one, and that's the way it will get fixed. It may not get fixed fast because people will get to it when they have time, but without hiring a support company, that's the way you can get bugs fixed in the community. The other interesting site to look at is, I'll just see people taking photos, so I'll wait for a second, is the dashboard. So I don't know if many people have seen this. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Maybe, there we go. So we can see over here, there's 47 days until the next Koha release. This is how we track work on Koha as developers and as librarians. We can see bugs that are waiting to be tested, bugs that are needing quality assurance, bugs that need documentation. Over here you can see the last 10 things that have been added, signed off, some new features. So we can see over here we've got rotating collections, we've had serials, some work on serials, show data restriction on the patron screen, all sorts of things that have just been added. And this is all real time, so it changes. At the moment we can see, before we can release in 47 days, there is 2 blocker bugs. We need to fix those 2 bugs, and there are 4 criticals. And then hopefully we fix all those majors as well. You can also see down here, today, yes, that's today. No, yes, today we've had 14 changes. Yesterday there were 132 changes, so you can see people are working on Koha all the time. You could see also how many bugs are waiting for testing. So there's 223 at the moment, which is not great. We need to do some more testing. Over here you can see green is good. That means all of the tests are passing. So that means we're getting close. Once we fix these few unstable ones, we're close to being able to release. And then we try and give recognition to everyone that works on Koha. So if you ever do any work on Koha, your name will appear in the credits, and it will be on this page as well. So you could see that in April, David, who lives in New Zealand, Lucas, who lives in the US, Pedro's in Argentina, they've tested some bugs. You could see over the whole of the year, Katrin Fischer, who's in Germany, has done a lot of rescuing of pugs. Carolyn Silla-Rose, who's from Montreal in Canada, is the documentation manager. But you can see that David Nind again, who's from New Zealand, is leading the sign-offs. So we have like a leaderboard to encourage people to try and to do as much work and be the first on the leaderboard and get awards at the end of the year. So the dashboard is we can see here also that if we scroll down here for the 2305, so May, so next month of this year, this is all the different organizations and people. So a university in Marseille, we have the company I work for, Catalyst IT, we have Bibliba in France, Chetco Community Public Library, I think that's a US one, Bedford is in Texas, a French one, Colorado in the US, who else is interesting? So yeah, the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. So there are a lot, we tend to, if any organisations work on Koha as well, we give them credits too. So it's a nice way to see. And so in terms of hours spent for this release, it's estimated that about 1,500 days have been spent across 400 people in 6 months. So there's a lot of work that goes into each release. Oh, too far. So what we could do now, let me see what we could do. Oh, we have so if you want to test something in Koha and you don't have, you're not a technical person, you're a technical person, but you're not a computer person, say, your skills are somewhere else, then we have these things called sandboxes. So if we have a look at one of those, I'll try one of the, So these are kohas that have been set up by community members to allow you to test a bug without you needing to have a running koha yourself or any knowledge thing. So say you, what's this one? That one's too big. Let me go for, what's a good one? Can't spell. So we're looking for bugs on cereals. I'll try and find an easy one for us to test. It's 225, so let's get one that needs sign off. Okay, here's one from my friend Alex. So this bug here is about, on the cereals page in Koha, you have the subscription tab in the catalog detail. This one is a feature to show the subscription price along with the details of each subscription. So it's marked, you'll notice down here, it's marked as an enhancement. That's how you know it's a new feature. And we can see that Alex has, Samu Hickson, who's from Finland, has made a patch. And it is ready to be tested. So what we could do here is, where are we? I'll go back to here. Aha, to find it. So we've now got a bug. Our bug number is 23450. So we can go to one of these sandboxes and we can go in here and we can pick one of these test things, one of these sandboxes here, and we can test a bug on it. So we can see that, I'll make this bigger, sorry, you won't be able to see. We can see that there's no bug being tested on it on this one. So if we come to the right, in actions here, we can just go, people are using that one, we'll try it anyway. We can try apply patches. So we can then just choose the bug number, which I've forgotten, 23450. So we put the bug number in there, 450, and we apply that, and that will apply this bug to the sandbox, hopefully, if it works. We'll try again. This is the perils of doing live demos. Someone else might be working on this one instead, so I'll grab a different sandbox. Grab one of these ones. Nope, we can't use that one. Right. When was this last used? Ages ago. No patches on that one. Let's try this one. So we'll try again on this one. We'll try applying our patch again. 23450. And it should be hopefully working. So if we reload this now, we can see that our patch here, the 23450, has been applied. And then we can go and have a look in Koha and test that feature. So this is a way that you can test features without needing to have any kind of technical ability at all. You just need to go to that page, enter the number of the feature you want to test. And so if we look back at this bug, it was saying, make a subscription, and then we can see it on the detail page. So where are we? Here. So what we would need to do, I'll just quickly test this, and then we can sign it off, and I can note that it was signed off during Delhi University. So we can do a new subscription. This is a sneak preview of serials as well at the same time. We can look for a record. I'll just search for a right. These are all monographs, but let's pretend one of them is a serial. Let's pretend this one here is actually a serial. So we'll choose that record, and we will leave the rest here. Oh, we might need to add a vendor as well. Search for a vendor. No, there's no vendor. Okay, we can't do that. We'll just skip that one. So the next thing we need to do is choose a date of publication. We'll choose today. We'll say it comes out once a week. No, let's go once a month. And we'll start the subscription today, and we'll start the end. In 1 year's time. And we'll choose a numbering pattern of just number. Actually, no, let's go volume number. And in here, you've also got your locales. So we'll just leave it for now, but you can change to Hindi. I won't, because if I change to that, I won't be able to read it, so I won't be able to finish the rest of the demo, but you can do that yourselves to test. We'll leave it as it is. And we'll say, begins with volume, let's say 23, number 5. And we can test our prediction pattern, and that tells us we're going to get it's going to be volume 5, number 6, and then it'll roll over. Actually, the inner counter should roll at 12, I think. Nope, not 12. 1, maybe. That'll do. But you've got advanced patterns. You can set up all sorts of numbering formats as well. But what we're trying to test is not the numbering, so it doesn't matter too much. So we'll save that subscription. And now we can receive one. So we'll switch that from expected to arrived. And what does our bug say? Aha. And then we will, not missing, arrived. And then we'll receive that. And it's received now, and so we can go back to. So yeah, I've essentially tested that bug. I haven't tested it well enough for me to sign off, but that's really all you needed to do. So you run through, you'll notice on each of the bug reports there's a test plan. If you follow this plan and it works, then you can sign off, and so it would say signed off by, and then it would be your name in there. So I'm not going to actually sign it off because I don't feel like I tested enough, but if we were to, we could come to here and we could go, excuse me, I'll scroll right. You could sign off, and then you would put in your email and stuff here, and then you would get credited in that next Koha release, and that bug would then be committed and be part of Koha. So I encourage you, if you have the time and the desire, to use the sandboxes. As I said, all those links will be available after, to test bugs and stuff yourself, because the more you do, the less the developers need to do, so the more time they have to work on writing new features. So it makes everything work smoother, and it's much better to have a librarian test a feature than the developer, because the developer will test what they wrote, but you need someone to test what it should actually do. So it's really important that the users of the software test it. It's much better if librarians test it than if I test something I wrote, because I'll automatically just assume it works because I wrote it, because that's the bias built into people. So yeah, the sandboxes are really, really useful, and the nice thing is you can't make a mess. So you can test something, if it doesn't work, doesn't happen, it doesn't matter. You're not messing up your system, you're not messing up anyone else's system. So it's a really good way. Also, even if you don't want to test on anything, where are we? I'll just try and find it to me. This is also a good way just to have a demo that you can try new features on. So you can, if you want to see what's in the next version of Koha before it's released, you can create a sandbox running the new version and test it yourself without having to have any software installed. So say you're thinking of upgrading or migrating to Koha, you can use these sandboxes to test the latest version or test whatever version you want. You can just choose when you create it, which is over here, you can choose, excuse me, I'll come down here. You can choose which flavor as well, so you can use, if you're from France or some of the Spanish-speaking world, they use Unimark instead, but you can set up a new sandbox for you to test with, and you can put your own data in there and test it all out. It's a good way of not having to spend any money, not having to install Koha on a server, just to test it with your own data. And these sandboxes are free to use, so I encourage you to use them for testing and for learning about new features. So back to the next one. There's not many people with laptops, so I'm not going to try and get you to run up a test environment, but if you want, I can show you how easy it is to set up a Koha running on my laptop, so I can start that up now and show you one running. So there is this site here, the Koha testing Docker. I don't know if people have heard of Docker, but Docker is a containerization idea, so it makes it's like virtual machines, makes small virtual machines on a thing. So you can use this Koha testing Docker to set up a running Koha on your computer. It can be on Windows, it can be on Mac, and it can be on Linux. And then you can have one running on your own machine. So we'll just, if we jump into here, this one here, I'll make that a little bit bigger so you can see it. So to get one up, all I need to do, once I've installed that piece of software, which is quite easy to do, I just run Koha testing Docker, KTD up, and you'll see it. What it's doing now is making me a network, then it's making me a caching thing, a database server, and a Koha server. It's doing that all on my laptop as we speak. Starting up the database server now. So this is a really nice way to test Koha. You wouldn't want to do this for production, but it can set up a server running on my, like a Koha running on my computer in hopefully not too long. So it tells you all the things it's doing. This saves, you would have to do most of these commands by hand otherwise. We're done, nope. And it's doing a reload here. So what I can do over on this one, maybe this one here, sorry. I can get into the shell and I can see what the IP address is. And then I can go to my web browser, I can open that IP address. And we'll see. So it's not ready yet. So it's still setting up Koha. If we go back and we can see over here, it's still running. So what it's doing right now is it's populating my database. You can see it's this populate DB. It's putting about 200 records into there so that we can test it. And so this software, I'll just show you where you can get it from while we're waiting. So yeah, it's just from this site here. And it basically, if we go up to the top, this is the instructions for setting it up. It's basically, you run these commands and then you're ready to go. So this is something you could hopefully get someone in your IT department or yourself to set up on a laptop, and then you could start up Koha whenever you wanted to test anything or to try some new features, and then you can switch it off again when you're finished. We'll see how it's going now. Now it's populated the database, it's setting up some mark flavors, doing a whole lot of other stuff now. The last thing it should do is it should restart the web server, and then we should be good to go. And so as you can see, I'm not needing to do anything. Once I type that ktd up command, it does everything for me. The Koha development team work on this all the time, so you can, whenever a new version of Koha comes out, a new version of this comes out, you can just do a little command and it will update your Koha as well. This actually, I know that there are some small libraries around the world who use this in production too. I think if you are a small library of maybe a small community library, it's probably none small enough in India, but in some of them other countries, you can run this in production and it will be fine. We're nearly done. This last command here, it's re-indexing the database. And we'll see if we're nearly there. Nope. Indexing Zebra. It's doing the authority records, so we've got 1,706 authority records. It's turning it off, it's starting everything up. And if we look now, now we have a running Koha. And so apart from that, typing that first command, I didn't really need to do anything. And so it makes setting up one for testing or for development very, very easy. So that is this, if I change this here, we have the staff side on the other side. So once it's set up on your server, it'll just keep running there like that. But if I wanted to stop it, I can just type ktd down. Oh, not on that window. ktd down. And this will just turn everything back off and put my laptop back to normal. So yeah, much, much easier than it used to be to set up Koha. And so it will switch all of this off, and then I'll just show you one last command that's really useful for this. So say a new version's come out, you don't have to do anything other than type ktd pull, and pull to pull down a new version. If you type that, it will go off and it'll look for any new versions off the internet and install them, and then the next time you type ktd up, you'll be running that. This might take a while, so I might stop it because it's going to be, oh no, let's use up all the internet. We'll stop that for now. But that was going off and getting me 35 new features into Koha just like that, and then I would be able to test it that way. So if you have a laptop or a computer and you have someone who can set up KTD for you, that's the hardest bit. That probably takes about 40 minutes to an hour. But then from then on, you can test and try Koha locally and learn about it yourself. And then, yeah, the KTD up took that long to run up. So there's two more little things I'll show you here, and then I think, what time is the tea break? I don't know. I'll keep talking until someone tells me to stop. The other site that probably is easy, low barrier of entry, but also a very useful thing to do is the translation site. So that is just translate.kohacommunity.org. And you can see here, it lists all of the versions and then all of the manuals. So if we look at the latest release, actually this is 22.11, yeah, the latest release, Koha 22.11, we have a look at that. We could see all of the languages, so French, Canadian French is doing very well, Portuguese pretty well, Hindi is doing very well, it doesn't appear to be anything. So if we have a look at Hindi, we can see that someone has been doing lots of changes on here. And if we have a look at, say, there were 2 days ago. Yeah, I was going to say, 2 days ago I checked and there was some in here that I was going to ask you to help me fix now, but someone's already fixed them. So I got a whole lot ready to go, so we can't, but maybe we'll look at an older version so I can show you what it would look like. Maybe the manual. Ah, they've done that as well. So there's no outstanding ones. Let's look at our older one. That's quite annoying. That I had it all set up, and then 2 days ago someone fixed everything that I was going to show you how to fix. But I can show you kind of what it looks like anyway. So we'll look at what it looks like. Let's look at the OPAC, so the public access. We can see there's 11,000 strings to translate. Let's have a look at what it looks like. Should load up here. This is, let me have a look. So yeah, we can have a look here that it's been Koha Online Catalog. Your payment has been, and I don't know if this is correct or not, you can tell me if it's wrong or right. If you can, I'll make it a little bit bigger. Has been translated to that. And so this site, anyone can come through and do a suggestion of a translation, and then someone in the translation team who speaks their language can accept it. So this is a very useful site, and it makes it much easier for your users if they can use the OPAC in their language. So I know there are many, many more languages than just Hindi in India. So if we go back in here, there is Urdu, that's Pakistan, Tamil. So there's a whole lot of languages. This is an Indian language, from the south, is that right? Malayalam? I don't know. Kannada, that's a Indian language as well, isn't it? Yeah. So you can see that there's not many translations on that. So if you spoke that, you could come through and work in Koha and translate it so that users who spoke, how do you say, is it Kannada? However, I'm pronouncing it wrong. But whoever spoke that, if they speak that language, then they could interact in the OPAC in that one as well. So it's a very easy thing to do because basically you just find a message. These ones are quite easy to translate. You can do it all in a web browser. So let's have a look. The next one. So, and these percent S's are placeholders. That's where, so like a number will go. So it'd be like, and 2 of 10 unseen renewals remaining. So if you knew, you could just, you can type in here. I'm not going to submit it. And then you'd hit submit. And then the next, once that's been through the translation manager to check, that will be in the next release of Koha. And it's that simple. So you can work your way through. You could get, it's a good project for, I know I was talking to someone on the ride from the airport who's doing a master's in Hindi. So if you have language students or you have library students, especially if you could pair them up, a language student and a library student, because the librarian student will be able to explain what renewals mean, and so you can get a good translation. Then you could have students translate Koha. And if there's a language not in here that you want to translate it into, you just need to let us know and we'll add that. So I think Koha's in now about 72 different languages. I'd love it to be in every language. It's probably not realistic, but it's that easy. And so another thing I'd encourage, if you can, or if you know anyone who can, or if you want to if you're a lecturer, you want to set an assignment for your students to do some translation of Koha, that would be a really good thing. The more translations that happen, the more useful the software is. And also it's a good way to learn your way around Koha too. We also have the manuals in here to translate as well. So not just the software, but you can do a translation of the entire Koha manual. And so that also helps librarians. The last link I have on my presentation, again, is the documentation. And so this is where we work on the manual for Koha, very important thing. If you've used Koha before, which I'm assuming most of you have, you'll know there's the manual that you can read, but also in pages there's a little question mark in the top right-hand corner. Let me see if I can. I shouldn't have turned my sandbox off, but where are we? Help. We've changed it. It's not a question mark. It says help now. So if you click here, this manual here is where it takes you to. And so this is all written and developed by librarians around the world. And so if we look here, you can see here's the manual. It tells you how to edit it. So it's very easy. So again, this is something that I think most anyone can do, is you find something you want to edit. Is that a source? So say we want to update the manual page about interlibrary loan requests. We just click on that. You'll see you can just read it like that. And then I could just simply edit this file. And then I won't make it, I won't save it. Let me see, there's no spelling mistakes. No, but if I wanted to, you can just edit a file and you can, this is wrong. And then when I've edited that, I can choose down the bottom somewhere. I can choose to submit it, or maybe we have to make that a little bit smaller. Yeah. There we go. I could commit the changes. That won't go straight into the manual. It'll need the manual editor to read it and check it's okay. But that is also a very simple thing you can do to help the community, so that if you're using Koha, you notice that there's a spelling mistake in the manual, or you notice that a feature hasn't been documented, you can totally just go to that website and change the bit. I'm not going to save this because then the documentation manager will get angry at me because I've just made a mess in there in the interlibrary loans. But it's very easy, and it's what it's called restructured text, so it looks quite readable. It's quite easy to edit. And so once that manual is generated, then in the translation site, back here, go back, take that off, take that off, take that off. And then the manual is in Koha itself, and you can translate that as well. So the manual has been only translated into far less languages than Koha itself because it's a lot of work, but Hindi is, I think, the most complete. Yep. So there'll be a new version of the manual coming out very soon, and that will need to have some new translations done. So that will be good to work on as well. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, the manuals. It's made in a thing called Sphinx. It's restructured text, and it can create, so that manual that I was showing you before can be in HTML, like you see it, but it also can make it EPUB. So you can actually publish it as an ebook and catalog it in Koha itself. So, and you can just edit it entirely in a web browser, so you don't need any software installed. So that's kind of where I was thinking I'd get to in time for the tea break, but I think 11:30? Okay. Okay. So what I might do then is just pause here for some questions, and then we can look at something else after that. Okay. So does anyone have any questions about what I've covered, or just in general questions? Yes. What is Elasticsearch? Yes. So the question was, what is Elasticsearch that I mentioned earlier? So Elasticsearch, in old Koha, there was a thing called Zebra. I don't know if you've heard of that. And so that was a search engine that it takes the MARC records, it writes them out as XML, and then it indexes them that way, and it lives as a single instance on your server. So it's just, so if you want, say if you've got 20 million records, you need a very powerful server to run Zebra, because it needs to be able, and a lot of disk space. Elasticsearch is built on a thing called Solr. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. And what it is, the name Elastic is because it can grow or shrink depending on what's needed. So it has this idea of you build an Elasticsearch cluster, so a series of little servers called nodes, and you spread the load across those. So if it's a bigger library, you just add another node. If it's a smaller library, you don't need that. The cool thing with Elastic that's very different to Zebra is what it's called schema agnostic. So it doesn't care what what format your data is. You tell it what format it is as you index. So you can index Mark 21, you can index Dublin Core, you can index RDF, you can index whatever into the same Elasticsearch database and search across the whole thing. So it makes, if you have a whole series, if you have like some local use databases, your university or your library has databases, you can index them into Elastic too as well. And then Koha can search across not only your collection, but also your databases in that Elasticsearch server. So very powerful and very, very fast. The other thing that is unique about it is well, not unique, but the other thing that's good about it is that it's what they call, it uses, it can return results in JSON, which is a format that IT people know how to use really well. So it means that you can display search results in your main website if you want, or wherever else, without having to do too much work. Yeah, it was developed by a company called Elastic, who still exists. It's an open source project as well. But yeah, Facebook, if you ever searched on Facebook, they use Elastic in the back end. Any of those really big websites. Marshall? The default is still Zebra, but because of the needing extra servers to run Elastic, but it's all of the development really is happening in Elastic now. So if you're able to, from about version 22.05 on, Elastic in Koha is much, much better than thing. We have to figure out a nice way to make it easy to set up an Elastic cluster as part of the install, and then it will become the default. Eventually, I think we'll just remove Zebra support because Index Data, they're very, very good programmers, but they're not doing any work on Zebra anymore. So there's been no new features added to that for 5 to 10 years now. So, and libraries keep moving, so you need to move as well. Okay.
Any more questions? Yes.
However, Cyrus search, it is more like Zebra.
Serial search? It can be either. So if, thank you. If you're running Elasticsearch, the serial search will become inside there as well. But if you haven't switched to Elastic, it will just be Zebra still. Yep.
When is the new version is coming?
The next new version is 23.0, so it will be about the 22nd of May, so a month and a half, one day after my birthday.
So I would like to mention about MediaWiki updates, how we can import from that, I mean how you showed Bugzilla, now they are using Fabricator. So that is more or like earlier, earlier also MediaWiki people, they used Bugzilla.
Mm-hmm.
It's more or like same.
Yes.
So now Fabricator is more compact.
Yes.
So we can see in the upcoming version?
I don't know. So perhaps. I think probably what we will move to is using GitLab, which is where the manual is, and using issues in there rather than using Bugzilla. And that's probably where we'll go. But there won't be, I can only offer an opinion, and then it will be up to the community to vote on it. But I think we will move away from Bugzilla because people aren't working on that much anymore either, to something a little bit easier to use. Yeah. The other thing that we'll probably move, we use Jenkins at the moment for doing our integration testing, and I think we'll move to just using the continuous integration framework inside GitLab as well to do that.
I have two questions,
Okay.
rather clarifications.
Mm-hmm.
You see, like I told you that we have a database of about 1 million books, and we are using Koha, of course, the old version.
Yes.
We will shift to the new version soon. So we would like to have an interface for the digital or e-resources also, the full text books. So do you have any provision in this software that using, because we have only the bibliographical database, but if we want to have the full text e-resources connected to it, is there any direct possibility?
Yes and no. So I've seen people do something with VuFind to do something similar to that, but also there's one that Bywater work on called Aspen, A-S-P-E-N, and it's basically a discovery layer, and it's also open source that can sit in front of Koha, and it can search Koha and across your e-resources. So Aspen it's called, or VuFind is the other one that can do something similar to that. But I want to, and this won't be in the next version, but hopefully maybe by November, because of Elasticsearch, to be able to search within Koha both of those, so you don't need the discovery layer. That's the plan.
Okay. And the second question, rather a clarification, next 2 days, we have a very high-level meeting of Ministry of Culture. And libraries really comes under that Ministry of Culture. So most of the libraries, like 40 organizations under the Ministry of Culture, they wanted to really shift to one software like Koha. Because like we are using Koha, the another organization is using something else and all that. So can you just give me some idea so that I can discuss tomorrow in the meeting that how you could be, because you are the direct person and you have developed this, that how you can make it a resource sharing place for like 40 libraries or 20 libraries and their collections and using Koha. So it's my curiosity to know how we can take the expert help like you, because since you are here, and if you want, we can, I can really find a way to have the meeting with the authorities so that you can help us in creating such an environment where all the libraries under one ministry or even in the whole India, and how they can be linked.
Okay.
together.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've got a few ideas. There's a few ways you can do it, but the Elastic that I was talking about before, the nice thing that you can do there is if you had a big Elastic cluster, multiple libraries can use that same system. It will keep their databases separate if you want, but then they can benefit from all using the same servers. So instead of every library having to have its own servers, it can have one that way, and that will save a lot of money. And then you could do Turkey, all of their public libraries, so 1,000 of them use one installation. It's a big installation, but it means that anywhere in Turkey you go, you can search for a book and find it. That's one way of doing it. You might want to do it by state or by region in India. So each region might have one and then combine into a union of the whole country, because India is a much more populous country. You probably can't do one for the whole, that would be too big, but you could do one per region, or maybe one per region and maybe one per the rural areas and one per major city, and then combine for things. So there's a few ideas.
I will keep in touch.
Yeah, that would be good.
Any more question?
Yes.
Please.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Dr. Babita Gaur from Gargi College, University of Delhi. My question is, when we have big data, a lot of collection, so first concern is is about the migration and the continuous support. So what do you say about that? Because, you know, if the continuous support is not there, it will be difficult to migrate the complete data because we are already using a software. So kindly say something about this.
Okay, so
Thank you.
the good news is that when you're doing a migration, the number of records doesn't really matter. It's the consistency between the records that matters the most. So if you have 1 million very consistent records, that's very easy. If you have 1,000 records that are inconsistent, so one record you've used 995, the other record you've used 952, another record you've used 008 in the wrong way, that's what makes the migration hard, is that inconsistency, because then you have to try and automate fixing those inconsistencies on the migration part. So it depends a lot on the quality of your records as to how hard a migration is, not so much the size. The size matters more when you are looking at performance of searching and those kind of things, but that isn't such an issue these days. There are libraries, the National Library of Venezuela has 20 million bibliographic records in Koha, and so it works up to quite big sizes like that. Yeah, the main thing that makes migration hard is, like I said, the consistency of records. That's for bibliographic data and authorities data. The other thing that's often tricky is if you're trying to migrate something like serials and prediction patterns. That's almost impossible to migrate because every single library system stores it different to every other. There's a standard for bibliographic record, there's not a standard for subscription data, so it's almost impossible. So I recommend often for those, you just bring the bibliographical data across and just start new subscriptions, basically in Koha, because you'll spend more time trying to migrate it than you would just entering your subscriptions in. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Rekha from Pondicherry University.
Excuse me, Krish, actually, I don't know madam is talking about which software she is using. Actually, in India right now, the problem is because of the contract related issues with the proprietary software, and they have locked the entire data.
I see.
And fortunately, my research topic is also related to data migration.
Perfect.
And now the tactfully, because of the contract related issue. So some of the libraries are not able to actually even get the data.
So you have to start
so
again.
I don't know, madam is talking. Which one, madam?
Okay.
That should be possible if the vendor will provide the database password, etc. I should not know, I should name that particular vendor or not here. That is very popular software in India. That vendor has given services since 20-30 years, and they have logged even you will surprised to know they have encrypted the data from back end itself, and their encryption is military level.
Wow.
Military level encryption is there. Right now they are giving only a report module in a PDF format.
Wow.
In a PDF format also can be converted into the Excel. But even they have did like that even Excel properly you cannot migrate.
Okay.
So now we are doing some voluntarily some research from now even PDF how can we can extract the data.
That's a hard problem to solve.
Otherwise, data migration is not an issue. Fortunately, my books has been also recommended by UGC, and my topic is also related to data migration only. So we have voluntarily, a lot of people have given solution. So even a library professional can able to read such kind of document, they can able to migrate the data. That is not a very difficult task, provided you should have access of the data.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the most important.
Yeah, I'm Rekha from Pondicherry University. It's a small clarification. I just wanted to know whether artificial intelligence component can be incorporated in Koha. Because when we search on Amazon, if we search for something, Amazon will suggest the related things.
Yes.
Same way, if some users search for some topic, if the system can suggest the related things, it will be helpful for them.
Yes.
So that component can be incorporated or not?
So there have, in Koha in the past, there have been 3 attempts to build a recommendation engine, and none of them have been very good. But machine learning now is much better than it was back then. So there is in the University of Canterbury in New Zealand, which is in the South Island, there's a data science course, and they're working on a machine learning module to do recommendations for not just Koha. It should work with any marked data. The problem there is you have to make something that understands basically how librarians catalogue well enough that it can recommend the right things. So a lot of the recommendations in the past have been just based on popularity. So people who read this also read this, and that's not necessarily useful, because if you're searching, say, a non-fiction, you don't want it to recommend fiction to you, and that's what a lot of the things do. So we're trying to, yeah, that's a really interesting thing to work on, and so a lot of developers are excited about the potential of that. It would be really neat to be able to have recommendation engines that also could learn about the person. So you could, you know how on Netflix or whatever you can say you liked a movie and it will change its recommendations. So if you could rate a book yourself, then it would learn about you and be able to recommend better. And another cool thing that I think would be, well, another interesting thing would be if faculty could feed in information about things they really think the students should read and link those together, so that if the library system can figure out the student is an engineering student, it will recommend good top books in that area and stuff as well. So there's a lot of interesting things. There's nothing in there yet, but it's being worked on.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
You see, before we close, I would like to introduce Mr. Mishra. He's from NIT Rourkela. And I would request him that if he really gives you what Mr. Krish has really explained to you, perhaps you may not have understood of the ascent and all that. So he will try to really conclude, or he will try to tell you what really he has told you and what you will be learning after this session, after tea.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mishra, just
thank you, sir.
You can sit down first.
Thank you, Chris, and 2 eminent library professionals we heard about. Chris is the developer of Koha, and Marshall is also here with us. So I am following you. You are the big people, so I know, and he will be also delivering some lectures. Marshall Breeding. I think in library science syllabus you might have heard about this name. So anyway, I think I should appreciate Mark that Krish, and not only this conference people or Rajesh sir or few of the libraries who are using that Koha should feel grateful to Krish, but I think entire our government of India should feel grateful to Krish, because if I will count in terms of money, actually by using Koha, India, like a developing country, is saving millions of dollars by using the Koha. And there is a book selection principle. You may be aware that best book for the largest number at the least cost. So I would like to say that Koha is the best software for the largest number at the least cost. So what actually basically Chris in India, actually definitely we have to work a lot in a contribution kind of thing. But we are habitual of just organizing the workshop and training the people how to use, how to install. We are mostly confined up to this level. And although I think, I'm not sure, but I am sure, if real figure will come out, India is the largest user of Koha. That I am sure, pretty sure. Because even in a village age, college age, in some of the states actually like West Bengal, Kerala, fully I think 90% they are using the Koha. My research also says like that. Recently, those libraries who have migrated their data, actually 70% of the people migrated to Koha itself from the proprietary software. So, okay. So actually what he wanted to say basically in the workshop, that how we can contribute. We are the user of the Koha till date, but free means not only free, means you just take it, but it's our responsibility towards the community to also contribute. Now contribute, because many of the people are thinking, I'm not a programmer, I cannot contribute, because for the contribution some programming skills is required, like Perl, HTML, CSS, Java, but it's not like that. Contribution means, like Chris has told, that there is a Bugzilla website is there, documentation website is there. So basically what till date I am using that Bugzilla. So Bugzilla is actually, suppose some new versions came out, or even older is there, you are using that one, and you feel that there is some problem, some of the function is not properly working. What you can do, you just log into the Bugzilla. That is a kind of forum. Everybody is using almost some library forum, LIS forum or other forum. So you just create one login there, and you just write out, find out if anybody has already reported that problem. If not, with the keyword, you just file that in this particular version, this I have done, and find this is the problem. So that is a contribution, because they are the developer. Everybody is not testing that. That's a kind of testing the software. And you know, testing of the software, commercial IT firms are paying huge amount to their employee, TCS, etc., just for testing the software. So you are a tester in that case. And once you have posted that bug, these developers will look all those things, and if they will find, yes, really it's a bug, then they will resolve it. So that is your contribution. Another thing is, even request new feature. Suppose your library is required any feature which is not already available. So that request also you can mention there, that this version is required in the software. It is very much needed by many libraries. For example, I am really not a developer. So I actually posted there several requests. And I think 3-4 requests, my request has been accepted. One recent request is the purchase suggestion restriction by category. Those who are using that Koha software knows that once you will open purchase suggestion for online purchase suggestion, everybody can actually place the purchase request. Your student also, your faculty also, officer also. But in Indian context, generally in academic library, we give the authority to faculty only to actually request. But this option was not there. I was very much keen to actually implement that one. So I posted that request. And you know, even I tried, Chris, that to contribute, actually through a community, one of the L2C2 technology, Indranil, has taken, we have given some amount, 20,000 rupees, but unfortunately they cannot complete it. So in the meantime, some other library also requested the same, and recently they have incorporated it. So right now, anybody can use that online purchase suggestion also, and there is an option to restrict by purchase category of users. You can block some of the user, and then you can get that feature. So this kind of contribution is there. See, the idea does matter. It's not only programming. They may be the programming, having the ideas, but ideas is the most important thing. So you give the idea. Once I have given idea, I think in future they also commented on that. Ki birthday message, like bank, we are getting the birthday message from the bank. Today is your birthday, wish you a birthday. So in a Koha, I recommended that one. Ki Koha is also one option is there. Ki whenever you are using that pattern data feeding, there is an option of birthday. So if Koha may have such kind of feature, that automatically your user will get birthday messages during their birthday. So it's a kind of good impression. So through the Bugzilla, what you can do, you can actually contribute in this way also. So there is a several way, and my research also says that you are not aware, many of the libraries is not aware that how to actually get the work done. So if your individual library is paying any commercial firm for some customization, that option may not be already available in the software. So what you do is, first you just post that whatever your requirement is there on that Bugzilla website. So what will happen, if the developers will like that feature, they will develop inside the Koha, and in such a way that next version that may be released by the Koha community, and you are paying, only single person is paying. Suppose any 50,000 rupees or something, 1 lakh, something like that. But because of your contribution, from next time, entire world will use that feature. In my research says that the people in India, they are paying Koha also, individually, but they are not aware about this kind of thing. So, so the workshop is about that, how to contribute. He is not giving you training on how to contribute. What are the websites? So documentation is also there. Manually you can make it. New versions are coming like ERM, Electronic Resource Management has been newly incorporated. But there may be some lacking in the manual. So you can also participate in designing the manual. Translation, like everybody in India, you will be surprised to know in COVID time we were enjoying, or I should not say enjoying, but people sitting inside the houses, but one of the person in Malayalam, Kerala, they have actually individually, he has actually translated the Koha into the Malayalam language. So that kind of contributions also you can give to Koha, and this is the gist of Chris actually workshop today. So you just try to see what he is telling, what are the links he is sharing. So you next time when you go, just try to browse all those things and contribute to the Koha. It will be a great for the entire community, and from India side also, the contribution towards the Koha, which is lacking right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mishra ji. On my request, really you explained what Mr. Krish has mentioned in the workshop here. And in nutshell, like in normal or conventional libraries, we do assess the user's need, and then only we try to plan our services. So in the same fashion, if you have some problems in using the Koha, or if you give your feedback, like I have also asked 2 questions, so they will at least think on those issues and they will work on it and they will develop the new versions accordingly. So thank you, because this is a tea break only, it's not the conclusion and end of the session. But thank you, Mr. Krish, you have very elaborately, you have mentioned how to really give the feedbacks using the Koha, and you have done a wonderful work for the entire society, and we are really grateful, as Mr. Mishra has mentioned, that we have saved a lot of money by using Koha. So we really want to see you grow further like anything, and thank you very much. And thank you, Mishra ji, for really explaining to the users that what has been explained so far. So thank you, Rajesh ji. Now over to you.
Thank you. Thanks to the chair. And this is for the tea break only. They will continue as chair and co-chair for this entire workshop. Thank you to the speaker. I would like to say something because we are also involved in migrating from existing software to Koha, and I would like to call the person who is giving us strength, Mr. Nikunj Tyagi. Please come on the dais. We have a similar setup like Delhi Public Library. He is again from Delhi Public Library. We were offered some proposals by commercial Koha migrators, those who work for Koha. But that was so costly that I was confused, and then I went to Dr. Sharma. There I found Mr. Tyagi, and we discussed. So I got the strength that if they can do in-house, because they have similar number of books and similar number of libraries. So if they can do what we are planning, we should also try. And fortunately, we have migrated more than 12 lakhs of documents from the existing software to Koha without spending a single penny. And the credit goes to Mr. Nikunj Tyagi, who is standing here. Thank you. I will be involved in the inaugural function, so I am taking the liberty from the chair to give the memento at this tea break only, sir, if you kindly allow me. And I invite the chair to give a memento to our speaker of the day. And now this is my turn to honor the chair and co-chair in advance. one small announcement, please, before we break for tea. And during this period at 11:30, we will also inaugurate the exhibition. You can move around the exhibitions. There is a lot of information for you, for new products, for new services, which these commercial publishers are providing to us, and they are important. They are important because we could do this conference because the commercial sponsorship is available. After this tea break, Dr. Siva Kannojia will continue the workshop, right? So we break for the tea, sir. And I invite all of you for tea along with the inauguration of this exhibition. Please. Sir.
सर वो नहीं ले जाएंगे
resume again. Yes, this will continue till 1. Then definitely 1 to 2 p.m. is the lunch. And after that, it will continue till 3:30. Okay? And while this session will be going on, I will request all the participants to provide their email addresses for the interactive feedbacks. Where are the volunteers? Yes, please start taking their email addresses so that the link can be sent to all the participants. And I think I should go out and fetch dear fellow participants from the outside. Is it okay, sir?
Thank you. So what I'm thinking to do for this next session, because I think we can't do too much more on the contribution part, so maybe what I will do is show you some of the new features that have come up in the latest release of Koha, and then after I've done that, I can take questions or suggestions on what else I should show you. So if there's anything you want to know how it works, hopefully I'll know the answer, but you can ask me and I can demonstrate some of that. So I'm just starting up my Koha again, which I should have done before I went to get a cup of tea. So it's just starting up. It shouldn't be too long. Okay. All right. Make this a bit bigger. Okay, so this is Koha version 22.12. So this is what will become 23.05. So this is the brand new version. You may notice that let me make it a little bit bigger. The staff interface looks a bit different than it did before. So we've done, in the last version, we've done a refresh of this interface and added some nicer new configuration options. So this now is using Bootstrap as a CSS layout. So it's very easy to change the colors and brand it for your library there. What else have we got in here? So in the administration, so I just wanted to show one little thing in here. There's this, I don't know if in Koha from about version 20.05 onwards, there's this option here to share your content. That's very useful. So if you're allowed to, if your institution is okay with it, you can fill in these settings, and this will, I'll show you what it looks like. This will let you set up an email, and if you choose to yes, then save that. I'll turn this off. But this lets you basically set some options that then upload to this website here. This website's in France, so it takes a little while to load. Hopefully our internet will hold up. But yeah, if you set up in Koha the options to share your content and share your statistics, when the server loads up, if it does load up, oh, here we go. There we go. This here collects that information, and so it has tells you how many libraries in the world are running Koha. So at the moment, 22,639. The largest has 569 branches. In total, Koha is indexed across the world 445 million bibliographic records. And the average in each library across the libraries is only 15,000. So there's some really big ones. And you can see down here, there's a lot of libraries using Koha that are quite small, but there are some big ones using them as well, above 10 million records. So it's really useful to enable this option in Koha, because then it allows the community to see who's using it and what. So one of the other interesting things we can do is we can look in here in libraries, and then we can look by country. And we can see, oh, not that far down. I think that's Pakistan. UAE. So I'll just search. Okay. So in India, there's a couple. So it lists, if you switch that on, then your library will get automatically added to the list of libraries using Koha. So there's a lot, and that allows us to build nice maps. But one of the really useful things for the community is that it allows us to see what versions people are using. So I'll go back here, I'll show you the options to turn it on. I don't want to do that one. So it's this one here. Share anonymous usage statistics. So if you fill that in, then your library will, Koha will automatically send statistics through to the community, and then we can know who's using it, what versions they're using, what options they have set, and then we can know what things to work on. Okay. So another new thing in here is it's come up. So yeah, this allows us to do, where's the version? To get, I'll make this a little bit bigger. This allows us to see who's using what version of Koha. So you can see a lot of people are still using 2005. Let's see the most recent. So yeah, the most recent version is 2211, so a few have upgraded there. But that allows us to see who's using Koha and what upgrades. So I'd encourage you to turn that on in your Koha if you can. Another new thing is the ERM module. That isn't, I haven't turned it on. E-resource management, there we go. So in the new version of Koha, so from November on, you can turn on your e-resource module, and if you are using EBSCO, at the moment we just support EBSCO because ProQuest database doesn't have a nice API, but you can also add in your API key and it will pull in your electronic resources from local, but also will pull them in from EBSCO. And so if you turn that on, then now in our options up here, we should have maybe, I'll go home. Now we have this new e-resource management. So before, I don't know, last time I was in India, I talked about a thing called Coral, which was another open source e-resource management. Most of the ideas from that have now been incorporated into Koha itself. So you don't need to have two separate pieces of software. So inside there you can do, you can set up your agreements. So I won't set them up. You can manage all your licenses, and then you can define your packages and your titles, and you can manage them all there. It works in with the acquisitions module as well, so you can track your spending and stuff on e-resources. In the reports, it will do the sushi report, so it will do your usage countage and stuff, which is quite important for libraries. The other thing that I don't know if you've seen is, so the report engine is quite powerful in Koha. One of the things we've added recently, I don't know if we have any saved reports in here. No, I'll make a new report. So you'll see now that it has automatic completion for when you're creating reports, which makes making reports a lot easier. So I'm just doing a count of all the bibliographic records, not biblio-items, bibliographic records in the database. You'll notice up here as well that there's an option to make a report public or not. If you make a report public, it makes it accessible from the OPAC, so you can display counts on there. So once we save it, and then scroll down here, up here, we run it. So one of the new things you've got here is you've got these charts. So now you can use reports to create, this is not a very good, I could do a pie chart, but it's going to be a complete circle. So you have to do a bit more complex report, but you can actually make some nice graphs straight out of the report engine, which are good for reporting to the administration, how much use your library is getting, or those kind of things. And so before you could download those into Excel and create graphs there, but now you can create the graphs directly into Koha itself, or just make a pie chart, because it's going to be a complete circle, but yeah, it doesn't really work on a pie chart when you only have one count. It doesn't know what to work on. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's okay now. Because you stood up, you fixed it by walking. I'm sure you've all seen the report library in Koha as well, which is, again, on the wiki, which has, if you want to do anything with Koha, there's probably a report already written. So there's, yeah, a whole lot of reports in here as well. So I could get one from there, but we'll go back to home. So I think I can show you. So before we heard about the feature that was contributed to enable suggestions from the OPAC to only certain patron categories. So that's this feature here. So that's the work from an Indian library straight into Koha. And you could choose your category there. So we'll just do school. And so that's basically said, everyone except a school can make purchase suggestions. So that's a feature straight from India. I won't save it. The other thing that is relatively new in Koha is this. I'll make it a little bit bigger again. HTML customizations. So before there used to be, in the system preference, there were things like OPAC main block or OPAC left nav, OPAC right nav, where you could change the left-hand navigation or what's on the page. So you could change what's down here or what's in here. That's all shifted now to these HTML customizations. So if you look in there, you can choose, we'll just make a new entry. I'll show you. If we do a new entry, we can choose where we want it to display. So there's all sorts of places that you could have this to display. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the main part of the OPAC. You can choose which libraries you want it to display for, so all of our libraries. So you can have each library, when people log in, can have different content, HTML content. So I'll just do for all. I'll just make it today, and it'll expire tomorrow. Now, if I had more languages installed, I can change so I could have content in Hindi or content in English or content in French or Spanish, and whatever the person's using, they'll see the right content. So also in here, it's a WYSIWYG editor, so I can bold. Now I just rigged it. Oh, I'll do it again. And then if I save this, we can see now that should show up there. And so you can have different messages, different content. You can have it. This used to be called news items in old Koha, but now it's all in HTML customizations. And you can have different content for different users depending on what language they're logged in as. And so you can do that for pretty much every part of this page. You can change what's at the bottom, so you can change that. You can change everything down the left, everything down the right. And for the I heard before someone was talking about how banks can send you birthday messages. So in Koha you can do that through the messaging system as well, so that's quite neat. The other thing that is relatively new that I'll just quickly show you, and then I'll take suggestions on what else people want to look at, is recalls. So I don't know if your institutions use recalls, but you can turn on recalls, and then once you've done that, then you can, if I look, let me just have a look and find a book. Oh, I'm not there. I want to look at interesting. Okay. I'll just go. Okay, so let me go circulation. So girls with guitars. So now that I've turned recalls on and this item is out, I should be able to place a recall as well as placing a hold. And you can configure who can do recalls. Like, so some universities or some academic institutions only faculty can, only some faculty can, some postgraduate students can. It's up to you to configure it that way. By that, now instead of just being able to place a hold, I can actually place a recall. You can also automate recalls with the course reserves. So say an exam is coming up or an assignment is due, the students need that book, you can automate the recalls so that people can't come out. So because I haven't configured these type of items to be able to be recalled and my borrower is not allowed, I can't recall it, but you can set that up as well. So that's a feature that Alicia from who works with me wrote most of that, sponsored by Auckland University of Technology. They paid for that feature. Those are all the newish ones I can remember off the top of my head, but does anyone want to see a particular module? Is there any things you'd like me to demonstrate how you can do it in Koha? Or I can just... Okay. No. Yes?
I wanted to know some certain clauses which a Koha user, like library, should mention in their contract. Frankly, I am telling you, some unethical practices.
Mm-hmm.
Many of our Indian libraries are availing the commercial supports.
Right.
But I personally noticed as a Koha volunteer, even that forms actually block certain things.
Yes.
Under like tools, there is an option of export in a MAR format.
Yes.
Even they block that one. And automatic backup is there under tools. They didn't activate that.
Right.
Another thing is, sometimes can you suggest what kind of installation they should get from the commercial firm? For example, they are installing GIT installation, and there is a community support like package installation.
Right.
So which we should prefer? so that librarians later on, if they wanted to change the software vendor, they can easily change.
Yes.
Otherwise, there will be no difference between the proprietary one and using the Koha.
Yes.
So that this is related to the contract. Right now, I was talking about from some person, because of being library professional, most of the people are not actually aware in our Indian context. It's a personal interest, like I'm working on that so I can understand it. Even somebody can actually encrypt the database also.
Yes.
I guess, MySQL also in Koha. So what exactly clauses should be mentioned to before hiring a commercial firm to implementation of Koha?
Right.
So they can, at any time they can change their vendor.
Yes. So one of the important things to stop you being locked in is that any work they do should be sent to the community. So if you do local, if they just change your local Koha, but they don't file a bug and submit a patch, then you can't change from that version. You can't upgrade because you'll lose your local changes. So anything that they do like that, there should be a clause that they should what we call upstream, or open source it, really, that any features they build for you should be given to the whole community. Otherwise, you're stuck with them forever. Encrypting the database is okay as long as you get to set the key. So if the database is encrypted and the library knows the key but the vendor doesn't, then you are in the position of power. If they know the key and you don't, then essentially you're stuck. Yeah. So upstreaming. What's the other one I was going to mention? Are they involved in the community is a good thing to look for as well. So there are some people who will tell you they have 200 commits in Koha. You can go and look and you can see they don't. And so that kind of behavior is that, are they engaged in the community? Are they regularly contributing to the product? Or are they just benefiting from other people's work? What was the other question? What was your first question? Unethical practice, and the second one was? Yes. So yes, there's no reason that they should turn things off for you. Everything should be on, and it should be up to the library to turn features off. So, yeah, I can show you the tools. This won't be, backups are not running on my laptop, so it won't show up, but it would show up in tools. So in here, you should have all of these options. You should be able to export. Can't
It's not activated, I guess.
I don't know if it's in tools anymore, if it's in administration. I will see. Additional tools. It used to be in tools.
डेटा ब्लॉक करनी है ये अभी खोज रहा है मैं उसको बोला कि टूल्स खोल के थोड़ा दिखाइए इसमें इसका ये ऑप्शन नहीं दिख रहा है उसको
No, I think they must have moved it somewhere. Or maybe they moved it to reports. I'll have to find that for you, but you should be able to export all of your bibliographic and records, and you should be able to get the database backups through Koha.
By water you can use.
Yeah, by water?
By water.
That works.
By water password is there.
Yes. The internet's being a bit slow for me, so I'll come back to that when it's loaded up. Oh, there we go. No, I think it's been moved in the latest version. I
Wow.
just don't know
What
where they've
happened?
moved it to. That's the problem when I'm not paying attention to where they've moved it.
Moved somewhere else. Catalog,
Yeah,
you
it
just
could-
check
maybe-
catalog module.
Maybe in
catalog.
a catalog module, yes.
Yes. It is in catalog, I guess.
Yes. So yeah, this should be on. You should be able to export your whole thing. And all of these tools for
Just click that one, export catalog.
export. There we go.
Actually, what I wanted to say is, in a Koha by default, there is a feature to export your data in MARC format. So that is under cataloging module. Earlier it was under tools. But many time I have observed those who are availing that commercial firm services, they have blocked this feature also. Means like proprietary software, now I can say openly it's like Lipsys. They have blocked the MARC feature, export in MARC. So in a Koha also export in MARC option is there. You can export and import in another software. But these kind of feature is already available in Koha, but they have blocked it. Even you are using open source software. So you must be very, very careful about all those things. It's not like that if you are using Koha, then you will never be in trouble. You should know what your software is and how to use it maximum, and no one can actually compel you to use their services only. So I would also suggest you always take help of the community.
Yes.
Whenever you are availing any commercial firm services, they have installed this kind of thing, and better it to go for auditing. Yes, this installation has been done. Please once check all the features are by default community supported features are available or not. So that I wanted to say, and there are some other, that activation of that database backup already feature is there. That they have also not activated that one. So librarian can automatically take backup. You can take automatically yourself. So they have not activated. Here is one more feature. So just a single clicking like kind of thing, they can activate that feature. Or backup you can take from any computer automatically, MySQL backup. If you have backup, you just keep calm. You can do installation. It's a open source software. Beauty of the open source software. If you have backup, anything happen, your server crashed, burned, anything happen. If you have backup, you can install another Koha and then restore it. It's a very simple. So, but that kind of feature has been actually also blocked by certain commercial firms. So you should, it's not like Koha to kar liya, it's fine, we are free to use, nothing is going to happen. It's not like I have seen. So many persons are in trouble because of the Koha also. So you always take community support also while availing the commercial firm services. So that why I wanted to show some good features are there, automatic backup, etc. But how to take backup, whether it is activated or not in your feature. Tender, like in contract, you have to be, there must be certain clauses in a contract Because of the contract right now, your proprietary vendors are looting you. You don't had a contract earlier ki you will give in a mark format export feature. You will give in a Excel format. I have asked the question and maybe more than 70% people told ki we never asked such kind of option in our contract. So like other library policies, there must be a automation kind of thing policy, like digital library, digitization policies there, ki copyright policy, these that we are making. So there must be a automation policy in the library also. Ki yes, this is your policy. You will, while contracting any vendor, you should have these points, clauses. So another problem is RFID integration. When you are going to integrate RFID with a proprietary vendor, you are compelled to avail their services only. But in Koha open source software, it's not like that. Once you install that Koha, you can take RFID support from any vendor. But there may be chance, if you have availed the commercial form services from Koha, they might have blocked something. And you are in trouble that you are compelled to take their RFID devices only, which may be very costlier. So you must be careful. Koha may cost you less, but it's not like that you will be always free. You have to be very kind of sensitive to what you are using and whether really open source software is open or not for you. So that's my point. Ki contract is very, very essential. You should make a contract in such a way that tomorrow you can easily switch from this software to that software, this vendor to that vendor. That's a freedom.
Yeah, and the thing in Koha is that we want people to stay with it because it's good, not because they can't leave. So we want, that's why the features there to export and everything are, because if you do have something that works better, you should use it. We want people to use Koha because it works for them. Yeah. Is there any features, anything else that you would like me to show you? Is there anything that that you don't? Oh, yep, I see one there. Yes. Yeah. And so before, in the first session, I was talking about Elasticsearch. And so if you have Elasticsearch, you can index your DSpace index into Elasticsearch, and then you can search within Koha across both of those. And so it takes a bit of work. It's not, at the moment, it's not just click, 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 but that's what we're working on. We're hoping to get it so that you put in the URL of your DSpace, you put in the API key, and it does the rest for you, but not quite there yet. At the moment, someone would need to change the configuration file on the server, but it is possible. But you do need Elasticsearch. You can't do it when you're running Zebra. So that makes it a little bit more, well, you'll need another server. You'll need an Elasticsearch server as well. So it costs a little bit more. But it is very powerful, and I know that a couple of universities are doing it. Bywater's done a couple, with DSpace, one with DSpace and one with Islandora. But it's a good experience for the students being able to search across the whole thing. I think in theory you could use VUFind or Aspen to do the same thing, but I haven't tried it on there. I'm pretty sure you could. If there is an API, you can search it. Yes, there's a question down the back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for clearing the doubts, because so many information I have got, attending this conference itself. But still I have few queries.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when we use, because I have getting the feedback, when we use Koha, there are certain issues related to, number one is the internet connectivity. Second is that there is technical support that, others are not getting. And the third one is that, upgradation, there is a problem, because I was reading some articles related to whatever the research has been done on Koha and even the feedback. So kindly clarify these issues.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So, yeah, the internet connection is a tricky one because it is fully web-based. So if you lose your internet connection, you can't really use it. With the exception of circulation. There is an offline circulation module. There's one that is a Windows client, can run on Windows. There's also one for Firefox, this browser here. So you can do circulation when the internet's down, but you can't do cataloging or acquisitions or anything that comes back. So that's a hard one to solve. It's not really solvable apart from making a desktop client. To do with upgrading, we touched on that before. It's important that your vendors or your staff or whoever's done your installation uses the packages. If they've installed it from a Git repository or from the source, upgrading is very hard. If it's installed from the package, it's as simple as typing. So if I wanted to upgrade my Koha, I would type sudo apt install Koha. I'm not going to hit enter because that will take too long. And if you can just see, that would then upgrade, it would do the database upgrade and everything. It's that easy when you have packages. If you have it installed some other way, it's very, very hard to upgrade. The first thing, though, I would always do before I upgrade is I would type sudo koha dump. And then the name of your library. So let's go, we'll just say my library. This will then make a copy of everything, my configuration files, my database, everything. So if anything goes wrong in the upgrade, I can just type Koha restore and I go back to where I was. But it's very simple to upgrade as long as it's installed with the packages. So that's another clause that you should have with your commercial vendor. I think that was all of your questions. Did I miss anything? Internet and upgrade. Was there another one? What was it? Technical support. Yes. That is a tricky one because, as we've touched on, sometimes that can be very expensive. One of the things that a few universities have done kind of successfully is they have involved their computer science department with their library and information science department to build that capability within the university itself. And so there have been features developed as part of master's programs or honours programs, but also you can hopefully you can upskill the university or college itself so that it can manage its own thing. Another thing that is good when you're working with vendors is to get them to do training and stuff for you. So if an upgrade is happening, what we try and do with our clients is bring them on the journey. So we will tell them what we're doing so that they're learning, so that the next time maybe they can do it themselves and not have to come back to us. So there's basically, India has amazing IT people. There's no shortage of amazing IT people in India. It's just a matter of getting them interested in library automation software and inside your institutions. But if you can grow your own, I think that's the best solution. Did anyone have any other questions? What was I going to say? So there was one other thing I was going to show. Our course reserves has been there a while. Yes. So if we look in here, if we go to tools, Koha has for about 7 years now had a plugin architecture so that you can download plugins from other vendors and load them straight into Koha. So when this loads up, I'll see if it comes up on my one here faster. Tools. No, not there. Yeah, admit, thank you. Aha. So what you can do is you can find on the internet, you can find all sorts of Koha plugins. So there are ones to interact with EBSCO, there are ones to interact with all sorts of things. So if we have a look in here, this allows you to add functionality to Koha without needing to actually change Koha itself. So if there is a feature that is very specific to your library that you don't think another library might want, then a plugin is a good way to do it. So if we have a look in the OPAC plugins here, you will have, I suspect a lot of you will have seen the carousels or the cover flow, like the new book, the new book collection on the front page. So this cover flow plugin here, if you download this, this will create a nice rotating image of book covers, or cover images. This is a plugin here for EDS. So if you're using EBSCO Discovery Services, you can enable this plugin. It will talk directly to there. You can change the whole, that's not what I want to go. This plugin down here, Caboose, you can change the whole, these two plugins change the whole look of the OPAC. And so that's a really good way to do customizations. And whenever you upgrade, the plugin will survive. So you can just upload a plugin in here. Oh, I don't have one to upload. And that will then change Koha. So let me just grab one. What is one that we'll want? Let's try the books carousel. So you'll note in my OPAC at the moment, it's quite plain. I just have the message I added. So if I want to have a new books display, I can grab one of these carousels, download this. If this is taking too long, I might not be able to do it. Nope, it's not gonna. The problem with it. But yeah, once I downloaded that, I could then upload it into here, configure it, and then I would suddenly have a new books display. So the plugins, there are plugins for all sorts of things. So there's plugins for room reservations or meeting rooms, which is a very useful one. So if your library has rooms that the students can book for study or whatever, you can add this plugin, and then Koha can do management of rooms. So the in-out management one, if you have a gate counter, you can track how long people stay in the libraries and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of plugins there. This one is really useful when you've done a migration, because over time in library systems you often end up with duplicate users, or someone typed the name wrong, so there's two versions of the same user. This will email it. There is also a patron emailer that you can use to use Koha to send out notices to, I'm going to not wave my hands around, send out notices to all of your students and stuff like that. So I encourage you to have a play. And what you can do is, if you go to, there's a few sites, so Bywater or this one here. It's hard to make the URL bigger, but this one here is one that I look after in New Zealand, so demo-intra.mykoha.co.nz. you can try plugins on this site and see if you like them, and then install them on your own one, so you don't have to mess around on your own site. So the plugins are really powerful, and they're getting better and better. There's a whole lot of really good ones for doing reports that do nice charts and storage. So this one is the stats charts is quite good for doing your end of year reports or anything like that. So I think and this one here is a very good one. If they've turned off your export mark, you can install the plugin to export and turn it back on. So, so there's ways around it, as long as they haven't disabled plugins. I think that was the main thing I was going to show before lunch. We've got about 9 minutes, I can take a couple more questions before lunch.
Actually, he was talking about some plugins. So Koha is not, right now, Koha is not only about the bibliographic record management or circulation, something like that. So there are many plugins, and in whatever features already given in Koha, apart from that, you can activate so many features. Like cover flow, you might have seen in many Koha OPEC, some new arrival cover flow is automatically flowing. So that is through a plugin you can do. Some another plugin he is to write Motamo, that is uses statistics of OPEC. So that uses right now in our ranking or framework agencies are always asking for your OPEC statistics. So that also you can do it through the Koha plugins. So plugin option is, the website is there. Simply you need to actually just download it and upload it over the Koha plugin. And several features are there. You just go through that all those plugins. So whatever your requirement is there, you may get that kind of plugin here itself. So it's not only that Koha issue, return, OPEC management, something like that, but lot of features. Means I have seen your after implementation of Koha, if you know reporting is one of the most important thing. Earlier there were no reports related to acquisition in Indian context. Then I personally took initiative, and you can see in a Koha report module, wiki, there is a lot of acquisition related reports are there. So like GFR, accession register according to GFR, so that report you can find. So a lot of report I have prepared. It is available on Koha. So sometimes, most of the time, your ranking agency, NBA or some NIRF, always administration is asking this report, that report. So making report is one of the most important thing and most beautiful in a Koha. Almost I noticed after implementation in my own library, acquisitions 50% work has been reduced because of this reporting module. So a lot of things are available in Koha, and one I think question was, madam was asking regarding technical support and upgrade. So believe me, technical support is voluntary so strong that even in a Facebook, lot of groups are there. You just compare, if you are availing a commercial support and you are just calling it, you are not generating ticket, this, that. You just put your query over the like Koha community support forum is there. You just put it. I have seen that Chris also and lot of people are responding immediately. And that on our Facebook also, Koha groups are there, immediately they will give you solution. Upgrade is not an issue, and you should do it, upgrade. It's just a matter of single command. You just give it one command if installation is done in a package way, as we were discussing, how your vendor has implemented it. So just give one command, it will be upgraded, and upgradation is not a problem. It is requirement. Because once in a market some new dresses is coming, our actresses is wearing the new dresses, we are very happy to change it immediately. So why you can't actually implement in your professional life? If something is coming new in a market, you should upgrade it. But we are happy in upgrading our dresses, clothing, and so many other things, big TV, small TV, laser TV, that TV. So similarly, we should adopt it in our professional life also. And it's not very difficult. It's very easy. More than 20-30 libraries sitting on my office chamber. I am managing, getting the queries, remote logging, and their queries is very, very little. That this option kaise hoga, that option kaise hoga. For example, in a new version, now I and Chris also confused, there is an option of export database. But from tools, it has been now in a new version moved to cataloging. Why they are upgrading? Because that is the relevant place. Because you are moving, exporting catalog data. Earlier it was in tool, now it is in cataloging module. So something good is happening in a new version. You should upgrade it and no need to worry about it. It's a very, very easy. It's a matter of one command only. Sudo apt-get upgrade or something like that. That's it. So these are not the problem. Open source software is a solution for you. So you just remove all those things, whatever you have in your mind. Thank you.
Okay. So we got 4 minutes left if anyone has the last questions, or we can break for lunch. Or we can. Well, no questions. Okay.
Any question? I think you have
Okay.
explained well.
Okay.
They have understood.
Excellent. Well, we can finish 3 minutes early.
Sir,
Yes.
I'm Rekha from Pondicherry University again. Now these days, everybody is using mobile phones for accessing information. Okay, if libraries are using Koha for storing and this as software, so how this Koha is compatible with mobile phones?
So but now that we've done, so for a long time the OPAC has been compatible with mobile phones. So I can show you a little bit. If I, don't do that. If I open that again, and I'm not sure if I can. So I can fake it being a phone by just making this smaller and smaller and smaller, and you'll notice that it resizes, just changes. So that will work totally on that's about a phone size there. And one of the things that we've just recently done is make that also work on the staff side. So you can, I don't recommend it, but you can catalog entirely.
I have to add the plugin in my mobile.
No, it should just work in the new, from about version 20 onwards. For the staff side, 22.11, but for the users, the OPAC side, it should just automatically work. You don't need to plug in.
I will add here. Actually, madam, Koha is made on a platform like Bootstrap. We are calling it as a. So Koha doesn't need any plugin or kind of mobile app. So it's like that. Whatever OPAC you have already, you just open it in your mobile. It will actually shrink according to the mobile display requirements. And one thing, I think many of the people knowing that those who are using proprietary software, they are telling to make a mobile app, you have to pay 80,000 or 1 lakh rupees. Mobile app. But Koha doesn't require any mobile app. You just open some Koha site, like my own OPAC is the opac.nitrkl.ac.in. So you just open and you will see that means a mobile app, why you need? Because it should not like mobile display should show like zigzag kind of thing. It should shrink in that way, whatever he was saying, that it should look comfortable. So Koha is like that. Bootstrap technology it is using. So automatically it will fit to the mobile shape, size. So it doesn't require any additional app. But for commercial firm, if you are using, you have to pay. They are asking, for mobile app, you have to pay this much of amount. That is another benefit.
Okay. So it can be used on mobile phones
by
also.
default, no need worry about any additional tools and plugin.
Okay.
You just open any OPAC, Koha OPAC, you see
so
that.
all the services can be accessed through mobile phone also?
Yes.
Okay,
All
thank
the
you.
services.
Yep. All right, it's 1 o'clock, so we're right on time. Thank you for that question to finish us right on time.
Okay, now we close for lunch and we can have lunch. We will come back.
Did you hear that? We're breaking for lunch. Oh, we'll come back at 2 if I don't destroy my laptop first.
sir. Please,
Yeah, that's crashed.
most welcome,
I can't
Vinod
change
ji.
the setting, yeah. It's very,
Duplicate option.
I see.
And I have one request to chair of the session. If we can complete this
What I can
session by
do-
3, because people will rush for inaugural session. 3, sir, 3. 3:30. So 3 is to be, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I could do that and cheat. That way? That will work? Okay. I just have to. Okay. We good? Okay. Right. I think we're all good. Sweet. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna. My screen's over here now, so that's why I'm looking this way. That's what's it's decided to move. So what I thought, I know everyone will be probably tired after lunch, so I thought what I would do is just show you some resources and stuff that you can look at. I won't try and throw too much more information at you. So there is a, oh, here we go, we'll start here. There is a US Koha support company called Bywater Solutions, and on their site they have a section of Koha tutorial videos. And so every Monday they put out a new video choosing a different thing. So this one was description and overdue fines. This was doing templates for items, new notices. So I recommend, they're only 5-minute videos and they come out every Monday. It's well worth watching those. They've got hundreds of them now. So this is, I was talking about Elasticsearch earlier. This is a good video to watch to see how to change to Elasticsearch and the benefits you get from that. Reports and all sorts of things. Another site I was thinking to show is the Koha US site. So this is the US Koha user group. So there's a group that runs the whole of the US, not runs it, that is full of libraries from all in the US, and again they have under their section in Learn, here they have a whole lot of, again, modules. So if you want to know something about acquisitions, come in here, and then again they have some quite long videos, but some not too long videos as well, all about new features and stuff per module. A really, really good resource when you're trying to learn about Koha. Another one that I was going to show is the Koha Lao. This is the French Koha user group. And so again, they do a lot of education and coordinating feature requests and working with developers in France. So I don't think, I might be wrong, but I don't think there is a Indian Koha users group. So that might be something good to think about starting if there was a way to have a regular meeting of people using Koha to share information. Maybe, I know You've made some videos, I think? No. Have you made some YouTube videos? No. But there are some, yeah, I know that some people in India have made YouTube videos, but getting them together in one video. So in one place for people to learn. It's a really cool site. It's all in French, so I can only read small part. I took French until I was 13 years old, but I can't remember most of it anymore. The other thing that I was going to show as well, which is an important one, is every year we have a big Koha conference, an international conference. It moves all around the world, so it's been in Nigeria, it's been in Argentina, it's been in New Zealand, it's been in India. The next one is in Norway in August. And it's a hybrid conference, so in person and also online. And so they are accepting talks. So if you've done something interesting with Koha or something that you'd like to present to the world, come to this page. So it's very hard to see the URL. It's pearlkohacon.fi and submit a talk. The more talks that are submitted, the better the conference is. So, and if you manage to convince someone to fly you to Norway, that's even better, but it's quite expensive, so I don't expect people can go there. So that's in August, which is summer in Norway, so not so cold. I think it's -3 there today, so it'll be warmer than that hopefully by August. So yeah, you just come into here and submit your talk. Another site, I can't not talk about the ones I write and Alex writes. So this is the Catalyst. It's the company I work for. We have a whole lot of blog posts about features as well. So Alex, who works with me, has written this one all about the ERM module. So it's a really good one. It tells you how to use the whole ERM module, but there are all sorts of Koha blogs on our website as well. And I don't know if you're aware, but Koha the community publish a newsletter every month, the Koha community newsletter. It has an ISSN and everything, you can catalogue it, and that I would love to encourage more Indian Koha users to submit stories to the newsletter, because I know things are happening here, but outside of India, not many people know what's going on, so it would be great to have those stories submitted in the monthly newsletter. Normally in the newsletter, there's a list of new libraries, any meetings that have gone on. So what I will do when I get back home is I'll write up some information about this conference, and I will send that into the newsletter. So anything like that is really good. The next thing I was going to show you, so that I can stop talking for a bit, is working with computers. I don't talk to people that much, so if I talk for a long time, I start losing my voice. So I'm going to play a little video for you. This is from the video that we made for the last Koha conference that was in New Zealand, so 2020. Sadly, it was the middle of COVID, so not many people could come, so we made a video instead. So I'll try and play that. Can you hear the sound okay? This is Wellington, where I live.
Services Manager at Catalyst IT. Hi, I'm Alicia and I'm a Koha developer. Hi, my name is Hayley and I'm also a Koha developer. So together we're part of the organising team for KohaCon, which we are so excited to be the hosts for. And yet we are so gutted that not everyone can be here in person. So as part of wanting to have a chance to connect and see some more faces from around the world, we have putting together this video. So thanks heaps to everyone who's contributed. And thanks, in terms of the conference, thanks so much to everyone who has pre-recorded a presentation or is planning to get up in the middle of the night to do their presentation, has made their way to Wellington to be here as well. And thanks, of course, also to all of you who are watching online.
Hi, KohaCon 2020. I'm Farooq Hussain from Asan University, Pakistan. I have been working on Koha for the last 10 years. Why? Thanks.
Hello, Koha community. I'm Jonathan alias Shubidon alias. I have been Koha developer for 10 years now. It basically means I spend my day working with patches and integrating them into our code base. When I write new announcements, I promise to fix as many bugs as I'm letting behind.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Field from PTFS Europe, and we'd just like to send all our very best wishes from the United Kingdom to all our friends at KohaCon who we won't be seeing this year, and we hope you have a successful conference and better times permitting. We look forward to seeing you again in the near future. We managed to get all the PTFS Europe staff online. They want to send this message to you now. Hello. Hello.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Jessica Thompson and I'm here at our beautiful campus at Toyota Institute of Technology. Looking forward to seeing you at KohaCon. Bye!
Kia ora, it's Rachel Hamilton-Williams here from Catapult Communications on a very windy day in Wellington, New Zealand. Looking forward to seeing some old friends and to making some new ones. Really looking forward to hearing all the stories about how Koha is being used in libraries around the world. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Right, thanks. See you later. Bye.
Hi, my name is Ana Carolina. I'm a librarian and I'm from Brazil. I work at a school library in Rio de Janeiro called Biblioteca Professor Gilmar Luiz Novaes. Therefore, I want to say hi to all my colleagues that also use Koha all around the world. Bye-bye.
Hello KohaCon 2020. I'm Lizette Scher from the Latah County Library District, headquartered in Moscow, Idaho. Tēnā koutou e te Koha whānau, heri noa e te ao. Greetings to all the Koha family around the world. My name is Lee and I work at the Toyota Institute of Technology.
Myself, Shambhunath Sahu. Currently, I am working as assistant librarian at Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, Odisha in India. Extremely thankful to the Koha community who has given this beautiful gift to the libraries of the world. Thank you.
Greetings from all of us at the McKinney Public Library. We hope you're enjoying this year's KohaCon.
From the Penastic Public Library Corporation, Malaysia. Now, Koha.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Tomás Cohen, de Cohen IRC. Me encantaría estar compartiendo este festejo y espero verlos pronto. Por favor, disfrútenlo muchísimo y nos vemos pronto.
Thanks again for watching and thanks to all who contributed to the video. Ka kite.
So you might have noticed in the video the three women talking. Me at Catalyst, the one on the right-hand side, Alicia, she is the current technical lead for Koha and Catalyst IT. So she's doing my old job. I now am in management. I don't get to do much coding anymore. I just get to talk to people. But she is doing lots of work. So the recalls feature I talked about before, she wrote that. So, and she's a very amazing young woman, and her father is Indian and Māori, and her mother is Cambodian. So she's Cambodian, Indian, Māori. She may be the only Cambodian, Indian, Māori in the whole world, I think. But she works, she's very intelligent, works very hard on Koha. So if we get back over here, that's kind of all the content I had prepared. I was hoping that maybe we could do some more interactive stuff together, but the internet is not going to let me. I was going to try and submit a bug, but I don't want to break something. So what I'm hoping to do for the rest of the time, which there isn't too much of, because if we can finish earlier, then we don't have to rush to be there by 3:30. But I will just take questions on anything. It doesn't even have to be koha. You could ask me about the Sri Lanka versus New Zealand cricket score, which was what I was trying to check on my watch just then. I think Sri Lanka might have beaten us again. How can you host a KohaCon? That's a very good question.
Actually, KohaCon is an international conference. It's a very popular, like IFLA conferences, it's a very popular, and a lot of actually competition, or you can say people are eager to organize IFLA conferences in their country. So like that, KohaCon is international, very popular. So some video messages, whatever you have seen, is about that upcoming or already done Koha conferences. So like that, I am just asking how if somebody in India wanted to host that KohaCon, how can we do that? Okay, so if you're on the Koha mailing list, you might have seen an email recently where we're seeking proposals. And so how it works is, on the wiki, you write a proposal, so you say, University of Delhi would wish to host KohaCon, these are our proposed dates, this is our kind of venue, and then it will go onto there, and if there's more than one proposal, there will be a vote. So people will rank, like they might rank Sweden 1, India 2, or India 1, Sweden 2, and however it works, it will get chosen. The only rule is it can't be in the same continent in the consecutive years. So it was it's going to be in Europe this time, so it can't be in Europe again. So it's a good time for India or the US or somewhere in the South Pacific to host it. But you just put it in, and one of the rules that we've added since COVID is that it needs to be hybrid. So it needs to be in person but also streamed, because people can't travel as easily as they used to. And also there should be no cost to the attendees. So the community is usually very good about providing sponsorship to run the things, but we want to make it as accessible to as many people as possible. So yes, I would definitely recommend putting another. It's been 2011 was the last KohaCon in India, so it's been a long time, and there were very few libraries using it back there compared to now. Were there any other questions?
But you prefer to have in some universities or some institutions, other institutions as well?
Either is fine. The nice thing, the main thing is that having a space to hold it in. So often it's easier for a university because they have lecture theatres and sometimes accommodation, but public libraries have hosted it, all sorts of venues. So when we hosted it in Wellington, we rented a venue because we didn't have a venue. So there's all sorts of ways you can do it. Yeah, school libraries hosted one once. Yeah. Okay. Shall we continue? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of run out of things to show you, so unless someone asks me, I will just start looking up other things. What have we got in here? I was trying to find before my photos of my other trips to India, but I couldn't find them. What was I going to say? Yes, so for something like KohaCon, it also doesn't need to be a single institution. It often works better if a few people collaborate. So perhaps if it was going to be in Delhi, Delhi Public and the University of Delhi may collaborate to run it together, or where it's going to be. It's not, the main expense is the venue usually, so it's not super expensive to run. And, the other kind of, the way that KohaCon works is we do 3 days of conference, then we do 1 day of cultural activities. So when we were in Nigeria, we went and saw beautiful forests, and when we were in Scotland, we went to saw the mountains and the moors, and then we had some whiskey and all the Scottish things, and then 3 days of working together, so workshops and working on bugs and stuff together. So it runs for a full week, but people sometimes only come for the first 3 days or the last 3 days or the whole week. It depends on what people... A workshop on how to use Koha?
So how to use Koha? How to use Koha? Demonstration of Koha. In case everybody, Koha is some open source software and everyone is liking it. So if we want to work on Koha, we should know all about Koha. Basically, how to use Koha, its features, or demonstrations. And what is the difference between Vipsys and Koha and other software? Why should we adopt Koha only?
Okay, so talking about training in Koha and then why to use Koha, was there?
Demonstration, and then she said why Koha as in comparison to other software.
Okay.
What is its
advantages? Okay.
Significance and
Yeah.
importance?
So I wouldn't have time to do a full demonstration now, but those resources I showed before, the videos and stuff, are a very good way to learn about Koha. The main reason I think to use it is because it gives you sovereignty, essentially. It gives you the control over your resources and how you use it. So one of the big things I'm passionate about in New Zealand is data sovereignty. And with something like Koha, you can know where your data lives, you can know that it's under your control. The other thing is that you aren't waiting on a vendor to do a focus group and decide they can sell a new feature. If you want a new feature, you can just add the feature or pay someone to add it. So it moves at a faster rate. What other features? I also believe in open source. I think it is a better way to develop software because the bugs are open. There's a saying, many eyes make bugs shallow. So the more people looking at it, the more you will find those issues before they become big issues. So that's probably the reasons I would... Oh, another reason is that because Koha was written to be bilingual at the start, it was written to be English and Māori, then it was very easy to add other languages. So it's quite easy to translate Koha into whatever language. So I hope that answers some of your questions. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
One thing I would like to add here, nowadays everybody is aware about that artificial intelligence, and ChatGPT is very popular right now. So what I have experimented, and I think this could be possible only with the open source software. So several times, whenever I stuck or doing research, I asked the questions from the ChatGPT, okay, how to do this thing in a Koha. And you know, it's a very nicely explained. Yes, you do it this way, this way, this way. So ChatGPT is also able to answer these questions, whatever you wanted to know, instead of following that. Lot of thousands of videos are there, and their manual is very, very long and beautiful, user-friendly. So even, you know, MySQL query, I asked the ChatGPT, I want this report, please let me know what's the query. And it's resolved my problem. So MySQL query is also written by the ChatGPT. And I don't think these things can be done by the ChatGPT for that proprietary software, because their source code or documents are not available. And you know that ChatGPT or artificial intelligence is already using the resources which is already available on the internet. So internet, everything is available about that Koha. Thousands, lakhs of document, user-friendly videos are there. So ChatGPT or artificial intelligence is also available for you. If you do not wanted to search anything on a Google, simply put your query on ChatGPT and it will answer you about the Koha. Like the experts or any of the volunteers are answering, in the same way almost, ChatGPT will answer. So this is another beauty of the Koha. So your support, technical support is also along with you right now. So that is also one reason to use that open source softwares.
It can also write you a poem about Koha. I quite like asking ChatGPT to write poems. It writes some quite interesting poems sometimes. Someone wrote a song about Koha. You can find that on YouTube. There's a few. It's not the best song, but someone wrote a song anyway. Is there any other questions, or should we wrap it up? I think. Nope. So either I've taught you everything or I've made you fall asleep with boredom, but hopefully you've learned something today. I'm sorry it didn't go as smoothly as I had planned, because I had planned it to be more interactive and one question, perfect. Good question. So the question is which Linux flavor is the best option? I'm going to say either Debian or Ubuntu, either of those two, because the packages will install very easily on there. And all of the dependencies, MySQL, everything is all packaged up nicely too.
And of course, be careful if your vendor is using another flavor, like CentOS or Red Hat. Here some people are doing. So you always ask to use Debian or Ubuntu. So you will get a good community support, because some of the vendors are using in their own way installation and other technical thing, and that will stuck. That you will be in problem. No other person can able to support.
Yeah.
I have experience. Someone has used it on CentOS.
Yes. Yeah, it will work, but it will be hard to upgrade. So if you use those ones, that's the ones that the developers use, so it's the most tested. Mm-hmm.
Ready-made Dockers are available in a cloud environment, in Google Cloud or Amazon Cloud?
I don't think there's any images available, but there are Docker images available. So you can use Kubernetes and you can deploy a Koha into the Amazon cloud and to Azure that way. But I don't think there's a Google Cloud option. Most of the people that I support use Koha in a cloud of some sort, whether it's Catalyst Cloud, which is a New Zealand-owned one, or Google or Amazon. But they do it with just virtual machines inside there.
Yeah, in addition to that, Government of India is also offering the cloud through Samarth also. Samarth.
Actually, Government of India created a portal, cloud portal.
Mm-hmm.
See, they are going to provide free space there.
Okay.
There also, is there any possibility, images, ready-made images, for a production purpose, they can host it and...
Sir, which one they are providing?
Samarth they are giving,
Samarth.
Samarth.
So they are providing
very recent.
Like
the cloud space
IIT
they are
Delhi
providing.
also is having a Badal is a cloud long back.
If they are providing the cloud space, see, for Koha installation, actually online, like installation on cloud, it's a different thing. We should know what kind of thing they are simply providing space to store your files, folder, etc., or the full installation kind of thing also. So it depends what kind of thing they are providing. And if they are providing, then you can install. If they are providing some Linux installed Debian or Ubuntu installed already, it is there, then you can install your Koha also, or whatever software you have.
They are providing the space.
Just
So
the
space in what context that we have to see. I will, sir, discuss with you because I am very much eager to know all those things. So, but I think I do not know free up to what extent. They are just to store your file folders, etc., or you can do your R&D, etc.
Then actually what happened, they offered a proposal for us. As we are also planning to migrate from Lipsy to Koha, they invited, we will provide the space for you, you can install.
Oh,
so that it's a Samarth is the portal where you can have the management system, administrative management system.
That is free?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, then thank you. I came to know about this.
No, that sounds great.
Because NIC is also providing, but I think they are charging. NIC is?
No, NIC charging.
NIC is charging, sir, Italy.
And it's only for the government organization.
They are telling our government of India is providing the free of cost free spaces. If they are providing, definitely we can install remotely.
Yeah.
No issue at all.
And NIC is only for the government departments, not for others. Huh? No. Only government organizations. Because the UGC or the Inflibinet is giving for the universities.
Samarth is through Government of India, not through Inflibinet.
This is what I am saying. That is the government thing, like NIC. Have you finished or?
I think so. Unless there's any last questions, I think
Okay.
I think we're finished up. Yep.
Any more questions or any comments someone wants to make? You can close, no?
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Now latest version is bib frame, but you are implemented here March 21st.
Yes.
But now latest things is linked data and bib frame things is going on. But any upgradation chances is there, or this March 21st is started in 10 years before old version?
So yeah, we're working on it, and that's again the beautiful thing with Elasticsearch. It makes that easier. So what we've done is we've shifted the metadata into a table that's stored as XML, and it doesn't actually, no matter it doesn't really care whether that is BibFrame or anything. What we still have to do is build the cataloging tools to catalog in BibFrame. So we can store it and we can search it, but we can't interact with it in a nice way yet. So we're working on that. So, but we want to there'll be a long tail of legacy of Mark 21 and Unimark records. Mark has been here since 1969. I'm looking at Marshall to get it, 1969-ish. So a long, long time. Until there's a really nice way to crosswalk a record very fast from Mark 21 to BibFrame, there's still going to be a lot of Mark around. So we're hoping that Koha Folio's done a really good job of this, of being kind of format agnostic. So it doesn't matter what format you store the records in, it should be able to interact with them. So that's what we're working on.
Sir, one more, sir. We are Indian scenario, we are facing acquisition model based on our requirement. Customization is facing their difficulties, sir. In outside service provider also, they are not guiding proper. Any suggestions this regard? If anyone is developed in India as per central government procedure in bill processing, it's a great helpful for us. Vinod, sir.
Actually, I don't know what is your procedure, but at NIT Rourkela, we are using the acquisition module. The thing is that there may be a little difference between working procedure. But suppose what I think in a very brief way I wanted to tell you, that online portal is there. See, first of all, we have to understand automation means what. But in Indian context, we are actually not automated anything, frankly speaking. Because in a Koha, email generation, automation means once user can place their order online, facility is there. But we are not using it. We are taking a recommendation in a hard copy. Anyway, in Koha, you can enter the data against that user, provision is there. Staff will log in inside that patron detail. One option is there, you can enter the data. Then what we can do, we got the approval from the competent authority manually. Then instead of doing manually, you enter the data and get it print out in an Excel format by making your own reports. What we are doing. You send it to the authority, they will approve you. Am I right? Once they will approve you, there is a provision in Koha ki approve. So once you will approve, the message automatic email will be generated to the user, your recommendation has been approved. That is first step. Then again, you have to make a basket, and basket is order. What in India we understand? Order number. So you have to generate one basket, and within that basket you have to put all the titles. Once you approved that title, you have to put all the titles within that basket. In that basket, then there is a provision. Directly you can send email to the vendor. But in India, we are sending in a paper mode. Not there is a automation is there. You can directly send, click, and the order will go to the vendor. But we are not doing that kind of thing. So through report module, we are generating the report of all the orders, all the titles, which we have to send to that vendor. And then we are attaching manually. We have to do all those things manually. Later ahead we are writing and then attaching that Excel file. Okay, that's been done. After some day, that vendor will send you that all your books and other things. You have to actually receiving is there. So you can then receive one by you open that vendor's basket and then receiving module is there. You receive one by one all the titles. And there is an option to enter that bill number, date also, and even option is there to attach your invoice. For your online record, you can attach even in earlier software, proprietary software, this option was not there. You can attach your invoice once you received all the title, you can attach the invoice also. So you will have always a record of that your invoice in a software itself. So I think, and budgeting part is also there. Budget you have to start initiate all this process, you have to first define your budget. So budget you can also define. Okay, one or two option may be differences, but I don't personally feel. Madam is also here, from our IT Rourkela. Now she is also doing acquisition, and I think we are comfortable. Earlier we were doing some Lipsys software, but I told you that 50% of our workload has been reduced by using. So only the thing is, see, if you are automating something, your work culture have to be changed. In Koha, there is a automation procedure is there, कि manually you need not to send to the director. You can just give a user admin access to the director, he can approve it. Online, everything will be online. But here, we are a dual kind of thing we are following. Ye budget, this budget, that budget, wo manual, this management, that management, anyhow management. So in anyhow management, automation will be very, very difficult to automate the things. But in Koha, acquisition module is also very strong, I personally feel. You can also actually find out the way, how through Koha we can do this. You can little bit of modification you can do in your process. As I told, we used to give order to the vendor. Initially, we are selecting the vendor and putting that title. But here, you have to first create the basket. Basket means order, and then put all the titles inside that basket. And then basket is a order, kind of order itself. You can name the basket as per your order number. You are assigning it through your register, doctor register or docket register. So you can assign that one. Acquisition we are doing. And 3 emails are generated. Earlier, we were not able to send the mail to our users who have recommended this. They were not aware when the book arrived or not arrived. But now, we are very happy that once it is approved, mail will go. Once it is ordered, mail will generate to the user. They will understand, yes, they have ordered. And at last, once it is received, they will get the mail. And by doing so, actually, users are sometimes proactively, once they get the mail, they are telling, I want this book, it's very urgent. Anyhow, we used to give that. And because of this, sometime while in a bulk purchasing, you will be happy to know, through book fairs, etc., some malpractices were also earlier going on. So when we started these processes and our user got the message that you have ordered this book, this professor, this is for your kind information. The professor told, when I ordered this one. I didn't order this one. Someone signed the fake thing, etc. on the order form. maybe from book fair itself. And that order form came to us and we processed. But we follow the method. When the mail gone to him, he or she told, no, I didn't order this one. So this kind of thing, proactiveness thing, user alerts, everything, I think there is no issue in using the acquisition module. I came to know some of the libraries have customized that acquisition module also, but I don't know what was the reason behind this, why they have customized, what was lacking. But I think manage in automation, try to actually concise your work rather than doing in a vast way. This procedure, that way, that is a fundamental of automation actually. You have to concise, make your work in a concise way. Not a very long file moving kind of things. But it is there. You can do it, acquisition.
Sir, one more, sir. I am facing here Koha.
Last question.
Authority control, if we are enter in author names, it is difficult to update data again. For example, data migration. If we go for data migration for other local software, then we switch over to new Koha, then author names is variation is coming. If I go for particular author name, I am unable to find all results. Please advise me.
So you're talking about authorities not being migrated correctly, or is that the issue? So again, that shouldn't happen. So authority control is there in Koha, and if the data has been migrated correctly, you should have correct authority records. It could be that getting the data out is where the problem's coming. So if it's coming out of the old system with duplicates, then you need to do some cleanup before it's put in. But you can also tie authority records directly to a Z3950 server, so it can search and pull them down from Library of Congress.
Actually, to be frank, how many libraries are maintaining authority file? No one. Even cataloging data, so sometime I surprised and I was in problem when I was actually trying to customize my framework for thesis entry, etc. In India, I didn't find anybody is using that up-to-date, accurate mark format. For example, little example I will tell you, sir. We are habitual, suppose some editor is there, and we are writing in 100 or 700 feet. My name is Vinod Kumar Mishra, I am editor. What we are doing, Mishra, comma, Vinod Kumar, comma, ED. Am I right? Mishra, Vinod Kumar, comma, ED. In a same field we are using. This is a blunder. Because you are making my name Mishra, Vinod Kumar, ED. And in Koha mark format, there is a provision of relator term. That is maybe 100A and 100E. 100A is the name of person and 100E, I think, is the name of relator. So if any relation you wanted to go, you are going to define, in 100A it should not be Mishra Vinod Kumar, comma, ED. When ED will come, it should go in a E, $100 editor. So these kind of practices, I don't know which library I should consider as a role model to follow. In Indian context, I am talking about. This is the reason we are following Library of Congress, British Library, OCLC, to copy and paste the catalogs. Why not any India? Real cataloging. I came to know in a Library of Congress, they are spending approximately $30 or $34 for cataloging of one book. Now you can imagine, हम आते हैं यहाँ तो ₹5 देते हैं एक data entry करने की. And in Hindi I am telling people. So only ₹5, ₹10 data, and you can imagine 3,000 people are paying. Okay, so authority file we are not maintaining, I guess. Anyway.
So now we have really covered a long journey from, I think, 11 a.m. or what, 10 a.m. onwards. So you have given almost 3 lectures. So let me have this opportunity to conclude this session. Friends, you already aware that most of the participants attending this conference, really they were really very crazy to attend this workshop, because Koha is a tool which has really made our life really very easy and comfortable, and as so many people have already explained, that we are saving a lot of money, energy, efforts, and you see, we are thankful to Mr. Krish that he is here and we are really talking in front of him, and we are able to see him, and we have listened him, and he has given you, basically, you see, he was speaking from the programming and the developer point of view. So most of the librarians here, we are in the initial stages actually. So we want to know how Koha is useful, how it is used, as this lady asked. So all these things, if you go to a website or using internet or Google, you can find a lot of videos for having introduction how to use and what you see things you can get done using Koha. It's very important. But the thing Mr. Chris was explaining, that how to give feedback, that's very important. Like I told in the early session also, that like we have to assess the needs of the users. So similarly, you have to assess your needs, and when you are applying to or using this Koha, then you can write to the problems. So he just mentioned in the first session that how to give feedback, how to ask or solve your problems. Just write to them, they will help you. But you have to really practice a lot. And the standardization is very important. Like converting in data, as I think we are discussing now, the authority file is not there. Because in West or in good libraries, authority files are there, people are using it. So we have to really go for standardization. Only then we can maintain the uniformity in the databases, or we can migrate the database very easily and comfortably. So, Mr. Chris, I'm very thankful, and on behalf of this ICAL 2023, I would like to convey my hearty thanks to you that you came and we could listen you properly. And really this this Koha really made our life very easy. And I'm sure that by having some questions and answers and exchanging our views, Mr. Chris, we will certainly try to shift to Koha. Even I am telling you, this government, in the early session I mentioned that Ministry of Culture is really, because they are dealing with the libraries, and libraries are under Ministry of Culture, so they wanted to use the Koha in all their libraries. So this will be the need of the hour, that we should understand the benefits of this and we can make use of it. And I'm thankful, equally thankful to Vinod Kumar Mishra ji that he explained you in detail, because he is practicing Koha. And he has already really tried to contact this developer or the Koha company that we need that type of information, or what we should do when we stuck with this problem. And he is very happy. And similarly, because in Delhi Public Library, the Koha was installed in 2008, and we are very happy. About 10 lakh records are there, of course, with only the bibliographical. We have not started yet, like acquisition or serial controlling. So all the functions we are not started, but the bibliographical details are well managed, and we are happy with the services of Koha. And we really pray God that these people should update this Koha as they have been doing. Every year they are coming out with one version. I think you are saying that in May you are coming with 23. So every year, I think the 22nd.11 is the latest version he's mentioned. So they are updating it regularly, so we are very happy, and I would urge all of you, because it's a free and it's a very standardized and well proved that it's a good software. So one should easily go for opting this software. And thank you, Chris, again for your wonderful lecture during this workshop session. And thank you, Mishra ji, for explaining further and giving more details and the real problems and their solutions as well. And thank you, all participants, that you listened carefully. Of course, this was a little bit technical session. Even I am not perfect in that, and many of you may not be, very familiar with this system. But I think now you can understand that this tool is a great tool in our hands, and let us use in our future endeavors. So thank you all for attending this. Thank you very much. And I really want to thank and Rajesh ji for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, thanks to Rajesh sir. Definitely, we all have been learning a lot about how to become part of Koha community, how we can be submitting through the programming part. And the session has been definitely been well versed in this programming part by Mr. Chris. So in a global manner we heard him, but in a local flavor we had Vinod Mishra ji. Okay, so whatever problems we all face as a function, as a library professional, Vinod ji definitely conveyed to us and to Chris as well. And how gracefully Sharma sir has conducted this entire session. Definitely you are still not tired, sir. I can say for him this thing. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to everyone who have been here listening patiently, and definitely those questions which have been asked from the audience will help Chris as well to understand the users problem, library professionals problem, and what can be input in the Koha as well. So before we start moving towards the inaugural session, just one announcement is here. We can walk for 200 meters. I'm requesting to everyone, to all my seniors here, we have to walk, we have to go because we are getting late for inaugural session. Everybody is requested to proceed for the inaugural session. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Just tell where to reach.
Yes, we all are going. Few persons are there. I'm also new to DU, sir. I will also follow someone. Thank you, sir.